Oops. Hello. 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 Good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. And I just checked my microphone like I should have done in the first place. There we go. That just sounded a little bit better. But yes. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely Monday and is happy to be here with me. As I mentioned, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. And for my own part, I'm having a lovely day. I'm having a lovely day. It's early in the day for me. I woke up just before stream. And it's always tempting when that happens to delay things, to wait a moment. But I decided to just move. I did spend longer than usual on the starting soon screen, which I think I left on the wrong screen. So it goes. Well, today I've decided to play around a little bit with my black ink. Herbin black. It's a very deep black, as you can see. And while it's not as colorful as the cross purple I've been using the last couple of weeks, it is considerably more well-behaved, which the eagle-eyed and attentive among you may have already noticed, that it's really just getting down on the page very, very smoothly. And, oh, hello, Breeze Lightning. Yes, it is Labor Day. It is Labor Day. Yes, it is Labor Day, and I've decided to celebrate Labor Day by giving myself a full workday. One of those things that often, depending on who I talk to, is either deeply surprising or deeply unsurprising, is that most of my jobs did not celebrate Labor Day. I have worked most Labor Days of my life. And as I used to be a professor, I did used to be a professor, and when I was a professor, my list of days off for the year were Thanksgiving, and that's it. Thanksgiving, and that's it. And people are often surprised by this, and I was explaining this to a friend just last night, and she was like, wait, you didn't get Christmas off? And, well, technically, no. Technically, no. Technically, I did not get Christmas or the 4th of July off. But also, school wasn't in session anyway, so not much of a loss from their perspective. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. And just getting my little crosses out of the way. Yep, absolutely, Breeze Lightning, absolutely. Though I did have to have grades in before Christmas. I always had to have grades in before Christmas. I pretty much had a total breather from around Christmas to New Year's. Pretty much total breather at that point, except for the fact that obviously I had to be doing research, I had to be working on lesson plans, that kind of thing, all of those tasks. But at least in principle, I didn't have any time locked responsibilities at that point. But yes, and I was fortunate that I am, as old as I am, I'm still young enough that I came after the fashion of oh, that's a rough one. Yeah, that was what my mother's experience was when she was young, was that they would have a Christmas break and then they would have the exams for the fall in January, as soon as you got back. from break, which is apparently still the fashion in Japan. And who was I talking with about this the other day? I was talking with somebody about this the other day. Oh, John Ken Palm. It was John Ken Palm. Me and him were talking about this and how I think that that's also just bad teaching. I don't think that that is merely bad I don't think that is merely bad, what do you call it? Bad for the student's mental health. I think that is bad for teaching as a perspective, because I think that people need breaks. They need breaks, and the explicit intent in Japan is to deprive these students of their breaks. And that has I think that has some negative effects. Let's see. What do I want to do? Which font do I want to do here? Yes, absolutely. I do not think that, in general, I do not think that people being tired all the time is good for their outcomes, is good for practical outcomes. Do not think it is good for practical outcomes. And let's see. Which script? Just go with Textura Quadrato. Just go with Gothic, as people call it. Nice formal font. Mm-hmm. One of those fonts where I feel like one of these days I should do a much more deliberate study, a deliberate personal study of a couple of manuscripts. Because just occurred to me that I muted this rather than just, there we go. You should have music now. Which most stressful school time was my magnet school days. We had trimesters of 12 weeks and a mini term of 2. That was my understanding of the kind of purpose of magnet schools, and I'm grateful that I went to just a general public school. I went to a very general public school, those famously awful American public schools, and fortunately I did so in an area that was very low crime. I evaded a lot of the problems that I could have. I had a nice experience in public school, and my friends who went to privates and magnet schools, I think, largely had worse experiences than me. Largely were worse off for it. And yes, this is a very medieval looking font. This is the traditional font of the High Middle Ages. Textura Quadrata, also known as black letter or Gothic. Black letter is, of course, a confusing term that I've only heard in the context of English, not just like Latin letters, but specifically England. And I've never heard of. I may just not have looked closely enough. But yes, this is a very formal font, very formal script, I suppose I should say. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Let's pull that in a little bit more. You don't need to see so much of my desk. And now I can be a little bit less stressed out about where my desk elements are. Of course, now I've got a ring light in the way of looking at the monitor, but we all must accept a certain amount of trade-offs in our life. And now my least favorite letter in this script. Yeah, it didn't turn out the way I liked it. Okay, yes, I have not even thought about the Nordic Middle Ages in a very long time. The other medieval font that I work with any regularity is Insular Minuscule, which is, as the name implies, Irish. In principle, insular could mean other parts of British, other parts of Great Britain, I should say. You know, England and Orkneys, Man, Jersey, etc. But to my knowledge, it means Ireland. It's practically synonymous with Ireland, both historically and culturally. I love Insular, yes. I love Insular. That one's a little bit tall. That one's a little bit tall, but yeah, I agree. I tend to start off with this one, but it's not my favorite. It's just the one that came to mind first. Usually when I'm doing calligraphy days, I start off with a couple of pangrams, and then I start working on, I don't know, things that are more interesting for me. Either quotes from books I've read recently. Occasionally I'll focus on a specific work for some length. There's a part of me that thinks that maybe I should do a larger project, but I write so slowly that I write so slowly that it would be like writing something actually long, like what do we call it? The Odyssey, right? Would take like forever. So you know, there's kind of a divide between like a poem that I could write in like a single sitting, and then all of a sudden you're jumping up to like novels. You know, it's a bit of a trouble there. And then there's not I guess there's Poe. I guess there's Edgar Allan Poe. We could do some Poe calligraphy. But like Moby Dick, for example, would be wonderful, and it's just so long. I love Moby Dick, and it would be a good excuse to reread Moby Dick and go very slowly through it, but it is so long. It is so long. It would take me years at the rate that I write. And now time for me to take a bit of a... I've never quite been happy with how to do capital Gothic A's. I feel like I'm still figuring this one out even after all these years. And normally the Gothic capitals I actually prefer to the Gothic minors. You know, the Gothic minors I like, but I really like a lot of the Gothic capitals. Oh yeah, certain fonts definitely take longer, but I'm thinking more about, like, you know, I stream calligraphy 3 to 6 hours a week, and when I'm streaming, I'm talking a lot. I'm not very focused. And that's all going to slow it down considerably. Yeah, so even if I were to do it in a relatively quick font, it would take me forever just because I don't tend to be super focused. Ooh, a little bit dicey there. A little dicey there. No, over here, and let's pull this down. Yeah, and it's, I don't know, it's just kind of a thought. Yeah. Just kind of a thought. Of course, from talking to people who are ASMR readers, you have to think very carefully about the legality of what you're doing, right? You have to think very carefully about you know, if it's a public domain work, that's one thing, but I think people would really like to see that treatment given to a more modern book. You know, I would love to do so for The Left Hand of Darkness, for example, or The Tombs of Atuan. I'm sure that people would be very happy to see The Fault in Our Stars given this kind of loving treatment. But there's very solid copyright reasons why you should be wary of that. And even some that I have done that treatment for, I've been very wary of publishing in different places, right? You know, I haven't widely disseminated the time I did, I haven't widely disseminated the time I did, what's it called? Goodnight Moon, right? I did Goodnight Moon on stream, and it was a lovely, lovely time. And I don't entirely know what the copyright status on Goodnight Moon is. And it's not public domain. I do know that. I know that it's not public domain, so I'm just not publishing in most places. I'm just not putting that up anywhere. I think the only thing I've actually given like a nice formal treatment to is Come Out Ye Black and Tans, which it's on my channel. Somewhere behind all the lectures. And yeah, well, it was a line that was intended to be prophetic, but I shouldn't pretend that I have a particular great insight into Irish politics. I'm Irish American. I'm Irish American, not Ireland Irish. And so I'm not super keen on what is the peculiarities of the Irish experience. Your Appalachian mix, yeah, fair enough. And the yeah, the way it looks to me is that it looks like if Ireland's going to unify, it would require about a 180 on the political situation on both sides of the border in the next 4 months. The Republic of Ireland, the people in the Republic of Ireland, the population seems to be disinterested in trying to incorporate their northern neighbors into their country, and the southern government doesn't seem to think it's a good idea in general. It certainly isn't making motions towards it, and the people in Northern Ireland are, from what I can tell for the last couple of years, being increasingly assertive about their independence from, I shouldn't say their independence, but their distinctiveness from the Republic of Ireland. And so that really just kind of leaves the government of the United Kingdom as the most interested party in it, and their interest in it is also very low. So it doesn't seem very likely to me. The Irish unification of 2024 seems very unlikely to me, which I think when that line was written in Star Trek, you know, the troubles were closer than 2024 was. And it seemed like a reasonable resolution to the problem. But I don't know about that P. That P is a little bit much. Appellation? Huh. Interesting, especially because if you were in New York State, that's part of Appalachia. Interesting. Interesting. I've got some family in Kentucky and Tennessee. And so I don't know, never, I've heard Appalachian, but I thought of that as more kind of other regions of the country would say Appalachian rather than Appalachian. Appalachian, huh, I don't know. Appalachian, now I don't know how to pronounce it anymore. Now I've talked myself into pronouncing it every which way. Who knows what I'll say next? Who knows what I'll say next? Praised Lightning says, I think part of that owes to the types of immigrants that came over to each area. Northern Appalachia is a lot more Romance language. Oh, okay. That's an interesting point. I live in New York City and have for years at this point, and so in particular, what I'm going for is the French speakers, where I didn't know as many French speakers as I do now. In particular, I now know a lot more Quebecois and Parisian French speakers, and the differences are fairly significant, particularly because when you're an American, when you're living in New York City, the most common kind of French speaker you will run into is Haitian. Haiti is a very large source of American immigrants the last decade or so, and they tend to wind up in New York quite a bit for a number of reasons, but the general fact of the matter is that once an immigrant population starts to accumulate in a given area, it tends to encourage further immigration concentration, I should say, concentration of that immigrant group in that region. And so there's quite a bit of Haitian immigration to New York City. And there's quite a bit of Haitian immigration here, but the Haitian French accent is considerably different in my experience. And I've noticed that the Quebecois speakers that I'm around tend to really struggle with the very common American English sound of the. That seems to cause them quite a bit of consternation. A lot of da, a lot of very distinct D sounds, where an American English speaker would be making a th. Which my understanding from talking to linguists is that that's a fairly uncommon sound feature, phonetic feature, in languages in general that have it. Not a ton of languages have that particular phonetic set of sounds, that particular diphthong. So that does seem to be something that's a little bit special there. And oh my goodness. So what's next? Oh. How language parses th and their rhotic r sounds are quick ways to tell language apart. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. The Welsh, the unvoiced rhotic trill. Interesting. I don't know any Welsh. And hello, Jarvie. Yes, the X. I'm trying to make the X's look good in Gothic. I think I am still not there. I think I'm still. There's a couple of forms of writing X in Gothic, and pitch that A. I like that A a lot. But how are you doing, Jarvie? Yeah, I am trying out the simul streaming. Is it creating a technical issue on the Twitch side? Looks like it's creating some sort of problem on the Twitch end. And yes, Breeze Lightning. X's do look weird in a lot of older fonts. We can talk later about it, Jerby. That's fair, Jarvie. And hello, Pixel Sakura. Yes, it is. The lack of merging chats is definitely a problem. Hello, Latorsis. Hello, Latorsis. We actually just I was actually just talking about the differences between different accents. Because over on YouTube, I've got a viewer from Appalachia. I know the distinctions between Appalachia and Appalachia as methods of pronunciation, depending on where you are in the United States. Well, and as you've heard from me before, Latorisis, the French accent that I've encountered the most is Haitian. Not Parisian, or I should say any of the continental French accents. And given the course of my life, it is extremely unlikely that I will actually learn how to distinguish Haitian, as in Haiti, the Caribbean island of Haiti. I have met. Let me think about this. In terms of native French speakers, how many have I met in my life? How many native French speakers have I met in my life? Probably a couple hundred native French speakers. Probably something like 500. Hello, Bot Shredder. And 6 of those, no, 5 of those were from France. 3 of those were from Quebec. And the rest were from Haiti or West Africa. I'm a very social person, Latoris. In terms of total number of people I've met in my life, probably... I was only actually keeping numbers for 2 years. I had to keep numbers on my networking output for 2 years for a specific kind of job I was working. I had to keep track of everybody I met for work. And based on those numbers, I probably meet like 2,000 to 3,000 people most years of my life since I was about 10. Let's do some fudging to try to account for some other things. So 10 might be a little bit early for that. I'm just trying to. I definitely wasn't meeting as many when I was like really young. And then I don't know, 30, 40,000 people maybe that I've met in my life in total. Being pretty open with the like you know, had a conversation of more than like a minute with. But not like people who I was like close friends with by any stretch of the imagination. It's a pretty large number, yeah. I recognize that I am a very extroverted person. Yeah. Very, very much a social butterfly. Just so I get a stretch in. Whew. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. That's no bueno. That's no bueno. Well, that's no bueno. But, you can just start over, right? The expenses of doing a calligraphy letter to your dissatisfaction are usually pretty low. Yeah. A little bit of tea. There's a part of me that wishes that I could drink more tea. I really can't handle it very well. Caffeine really hits me very hard. I'm very vulnerable to caffeine. And it's unpredictable too. There's a pretty good chance that I'll drink a cup of tea and I will go straight to sleep. Which is not the sort of thing you don't want to know in advance, right? It was a good call. I didn't have good contact on the first F, and so it made the lines very uneven. Which I can understand why you might want that. Hello, Glitchica. Hello. You came in just in time for ads. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, you got ads in 1 minute. But hello, Glitchica. Hello. It's good to see you. Usually my Gen Z brain can't bear such calmness. I mean, you should fall asleep. I mean, you are talking to a person who has a history of very bad insomnia, right? I've got very bad insomnia and have since I was a baby. And so my stance on sleep is that if you can sleep, you should sleep. If you can sleep, you should sleep. And I assure you, I am not insulted by people falling asleep to my streams. That is extremely fine by my considerations. That's extremely reasonable. Yes, how are you doing, Glitchico? It has been a minute. Oh, now you got ads. Now you got ads. I ask and then you get ads. So I'm going to put on the fan art screen for a few minutes to take a little bit of a break, and I will be back when that completes. And I'm back, yes, sleep, it's one of those things where it's the thing about compromising on your sleep, right, is that it's very easy to do. It's very, very easy to talk yourself into it, into thinking that it's okay, right? It's very easy to talk yourself into, I got this, I got that, I can stop these things, and you know, I can take I can just not sleep, I can work harder, I can work longer, I just need to put in a little bit more studying, a little bit more effort. It's very easy to think like that, and it's the negative payoff from that is quite severe. The consequences of that are quite bad. So I think it's generally worth trying to avoid letting yourself get into that mindset. What should I work on? What should I work on? But yes, it's, I will say this is partially me speaking from, you know, the perspective of a person who has a lot of trouble falling asleep. The trouble in my life is not, I tend to stay asleep pretty well. I tend to be a pretty heavy sleeper. But my falling asleep for me tends to be very difficult. This happened to me on Sunday. I got very little sleep just because I couldn't fall asleep. My usual sleep schedule, so Latorisis is saying, usual sleep schedule when don't have work or school is like 2 to 5 a.m. and then 10 to 11 p.m. That's a bit split. That's a bit split, which is always tricky. But yes, I remember when I was younger, the advice I was consistently getting was, if you can't sleep, just pretend to sleep. Just try to force your body to sleep. And I never benefited from this. This never ever paid off for me. This led to me sleeping very, very poorly for large stretches of my life, and one of the biggest improvements in my life quality was when I would one of the biggest qualities of life improvements I've ever had was realizing that I should just if I'm having a lot of trouble falling asleep, I should just get up. I should just get up and read or play a video game. or do something, because whatever little engine is running through my brain that is preventing me from sleeping is not going to stop until it runs out of fuel, right? It's trying to just shut it down through sheer force of will just means it lasts longer and longer and longer. And then all of a sudden I'm up. It's 7, 8 in the morning and I have to go to work on 0 hours of sleep. So again, I stand by, if you are feeling sleepy, just sleep. Just take advantage of it. Being able to fall asleep is a blessing. You need sleep. Not everything makes it easy. And you should take what you can get. Yes, exactly. And I'm sorry that you're having a painful night falling asleep, Latauris. It's if I can't help you feel a little bit sleepy, then go right ahead. But no, I've always had trouble with sleep. I am not a sleepy fellow. I don't even. I experience very distinct. To me, sleepiness and tiredness are very distinct. They're very distinct feelings, and you know, I get tired whenever I happen to be tired. But it's actually pretty common for me to be very tired, but not at all sleepy. And for me to be too exhausted to do anything other than to just lay in bed, but not able to actually fall asleep. Oh man, that's a sleep schedule that I've done in the past, and it's usually not one that I particularly like. That's what I've done that one for at some points in the past. And it's just maybe it's different where you live, but it was always very difficult for me because a fairly large percentage of my social circles and my social life is people who aren't available until about 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. at night. And so going to bed at 10 p.m. feels insane to me. Yeah, yeah. You know, particularly, you know, it's yeah, it's I did this G a little bit differently than I did my earlier Gs. I really like it. I really like it. I kind of like this interior scoop rather than the concave flag pennant effect. Oh, Glitchika, I didn't know that you'd ever done calligraphy. I didn't know that you'd ever done calligraphy, Glitchika. And hello, Awenga. Yeah, I did not know that you'd ever done it. Oh, it was class in middle school for you. Oh, interesting, interesting. I didn't start until much later. I started learning English language calligraphy, Latin calligraphy in college, in graduate school, actually, in graduate school. But I started learning Japanese calligraphy much earlier. I started learning Shodo in high school, which, as you can see, I didn't warm up with it, so a little bit rough. Some of these lines are a little unsteady, and I also spelled it wrong. But yeah, we didn't have that in my middle school. Jeez, I learned sewing in middle school. I learned how to sew in middle school. Turned out to be pretty useful. That's the middle school class I really remember, was sewing. It was an elective. That makes sense. We didn't. I went to a small school. We didn't really have electives. You just had the courses. You know, my middle school was just kind of, you took the courses, and so we had. You know, I remember home economics fondly, where we didn't learn how to cook there in principle, but I kind of already knew enough about cooking at that point that I didn't learn very much from it. My camera is touching my microphone. That's not great. I didn't actually have a bad middle school experience, to be honest. My middle school experience was fine. I know it's like the famously like most horrible era for so many Americans. But I had a perfectly fine middle school experience. Hello, Mr. Duck Daddy. Hello. You can ask a history question. Absolutely, Mr. Duck Daddy. I might not know the answer, but I can try. I can certainly ask. Maybe somebody else in the chat knows better than me. My struggles in life found their place primarily in primary school. Oof, I am sorry. What was the, I'm sorry that you had a rough one in middle school. Yeah, for me, elementary school was rough. Breeze Lightning over on YouTube says that Western calligraphers will tend to simplify the kanji boxes to circles, All Eastern calligraphers will simplify it to a 12 shape. I don't know what you mean by 12 shape. Hello, Mara. Hello, Mara. Yeah, I think middle school was relatively easy for me in no small part because I was an early bloomer. I think that makes a huge difference. Being an early bloomer meant that I got into middle school and I was already like full adult height. I think I had some classes where I learned budgeting in middle school. That's not bad. That's not bad, Alan. That's a good thing to learn. I learned budgeting from my parents, which is absolutely one of those skills that's worth really internalizing from a young age. Like they'll write a 12. Hold on. So let me just write Chugaku here. Just kind of mixing calligraphy styles here entirely. For no real reason, but yeah. But yeah, I entered middle school as tall as my teachers and with facial hair, so that probably did help. Chugaku. So Breeze Lightning is saying Eastern calligraphies will simplify it to a 12 shape. So do you mean like using the left radical like it's a 1? Like a 1 to 2 ratio kind of thing? So like here's a character that gives me a lot of trouble. It's a staircase. This is a staircase. Is this what you mean by a 12 shape, Breeze Lightning? That's what he's talking about? Not sure. Okay. No, it's not what he means. Okay, I'll let him cook. I'll let him cook, and I'll get back to doing my own calligraphy practice. Yeah, I got kind of lucky, to be honest. I also got kind of lucky in that I went to the kind of school that wasn't super cliquish. Just not enough students to really do that. The kids who were the quote-unquote popular kids were popular because they were nice to people. That was kind of my experience. Like, I was not one of the popular kids, to be clear. I was kind of a jerk. I was not as nice as I could have been in high school. And people didn't like me for it. I have trouble blaming them. But you know, the kids who were the more popular kids, the kids who were, you know, the kings and queens of the school. Hello, Alex. Hello. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? But yeah, the kids who were popular, and edgy era is a perfectly fair way to describe it. Edgy is a perfectly cromulent description. It was certainly the time period of history where being edgy seemed like a real option. Just chilling. I mean, you've been busy, Alex. You've been very busy, Alex. Alex has been streaming really hard the last couple weeks. From what I feel like every time I'm on Twitch, I see you. I feel like every time I'm on. Oh, Duck Daddy is asking a history question where I only know the broad strokes. Hold on. So, got a couple things to respond to here at the moment. Glitchica wants to hear the edgy lore. I'll get to that one. Glitchica. And Breeze Lightning is talking about kanji writing. That's so the kanji go. The kanji go. Would be written by Eastern calligraphies like 12 because the stroke order for those boxes mimics how we write 12. Yeah. So this is how you would write go, which is language. 1, 2, 3, 4. I made it a little bit too tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, go. I don't know why I'm pronouncing this the Chinese go, but go, as in language. Yeah, I don't know how else you'd write that, to be honest. I don't know what the alternative would be. I don't even know what the alternative would be. Like I know how you can mix up the stroke order, but anything else feels insane to me. And Mr. Duckday wants to know anything regarding social factors at play within the Austro-Hungarian Empire during the Second Industrial Revolution period, 1870 to 1914. I mean, the biggest social factor that is probably kind of famous to people, and it's kind of hinted at by the name Austro-Hungarian Empire, is that the Austro-Hungarian Empire had a big problem with nationalism. That the constituent nations of the Austro-Hungarian Empire were not unified in the same way that the French or English identities were, which is worth pointing out if you've read Peasants into Frenchmen, which is if you want to know, I think that's one of the better modern European history books, is Peasants into Frenchmen. That was a deliberate process. You know, France didn't just wake up with a population of Frenchmen. They had to invent a population of Frenchmen. They had to create it. They had to violently enforce the use of the French language in minority language areas. Whereas the Austro-Hungarian Empire pursued a course much more of kind of live and let live. That they counted on a much more medieval hypothesis. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Yeah, I'm talking a little bit about that. Mr. Duck Daddy wants to know about the Austro-Hungarian Empire's social factors during the period of 1870 to 1914. And I mean, the big thing is, Mr. Duck Daddy might already know this if he's even asking the question, that, you know, there's the Austro-Hungarian Empire is made up of Austrians and Hungarians and Serbs and Croats and Croatians and Slovenians and Czechs, and I may have already said Czechs twice, and these various groups were understood to all be bound together by their religious loyalty to the Austro-Hungarian Emperor, and not by a shared heritage or a shared lineage, but by a loyalty to a specific monarch. And this is a form of governance that Brett Devereaux, I think, very cleverly highlighted as kind of the default for humans. That's kind of the default government for humans to fall into if there isn't a better alternative around, is they kind of seem to fall into religious monarchies. Just kind of by if there's not something else going on. That seems to be the like least, the lowest entropy state for states. Confusing use of two different definitions of the noun state there. And it turned out that for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, this was a very bad fit, is really kind of the punchline here, is that the Springtime of Nations, which starts at the early parts of that period, are very deleterious to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and this was a significant factor in their poor performance during World War I. That an Austro-Hungarian military unit would have officers that, in order to be an officer in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you had to speak like a dozen languages, which curtails your effectiveness a lot. You know, you'd have units where you couldn't just pass down orders in, you know, in German or in French. And with that divergence out of the way, Glitchica wanted to hear the edgy lore. And I am afraid it's a lot less sexy and romantic than that might sound. You know, like I said, I was an early bloomer, right? I was big. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be. Yeah. It doesn't need to be. I entered middle school as a pretty big dude. And I therefore entered high school as a pretty big dude. And the where am I going with this? As mentioned, I definitely had some of my own problems, right? I had some of my own problems, and I kind of convinced myself that honesty, I was one of those people who used honesty as a, I guess this is the biggest one. I used honesty as a rationalization, as a cover for being cruel. You know, I was one of those people who was like, oh no, the worst thing you can do is not tell somebody the truth, the whole truth, the unvarnished truth, no matter what the context is. And this this very quickly becomes just an excuse to kind of be a jackass to people, to kind of just not be very nice. And probably not terribly surprisingly, I was really, you know, related things. I was really into the TV show Daria. My girlfriend was really into the TV show Daria. Me and the people I hung out with were a lot of goths. And that was one of those things, like the whole kind of goth community kind of internalized a little bit, was this notion that you know, you can just there's the sickness in society. No, my high school girlfriend wore about 10-15 pounds of jewelry and black nail polish and all that. I was not super gothy myself. You know, I wasn't. I have never put nail polish on myself, for example. So I was not particularly gothy myself, but a lot of my friends were, and that was very much a part of that kind of cultural moment, was this idea that I think Almantas I could probably do with some filters. That's actually not a bad idea. Emperor's Armpits.
Wanda iets subscribet voor 6 munts.
And yeah, that's the core of it, is that I read too many old philosophy books. Hello Wande. Hello Wande, and thank you for the resub, Wande. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I'm writing it down right now. There's probably a couple ways I could do it. Filters wouldn't be too hard. The flip the lights actually kind of does the big thing. But I could probably do some more elaborate things, and I mean, it's harder to do with the live 2D, but I could just commission a PNG set. Would I stand under the Sword of Damocles? I would need to review the terms and conditions of the Sword of Damocles. In general, I try to avoid standing under swords. Your ability to stand under a sword safely is going to be highly contingent on how well it's been secured, right? But I know that's not the point of the thought experiment. I just don't remember enough about the point of the thought experiment right off the top of my head. I would say probably not. To be honest, I tend to shy away from being responsible for other people's lives, even when I'm not having a sword put over my head. Let's get a little nice stretch in. Ooh. That would require, Mr. Duck Daddy, that would require somebody who knows a little bit more about the Austro-Hungarian Empire than I feel like I know. In general, it's kind of hard to separate out those things. It's the idea of a purely religious loyalty is kind of an invention of living in societies that are largely secular. In a less secular society, it's very hard to segregate out religious loyalty from virtue ethics and even self-interest, right? It becomes very difficult to separate out all those things. You know, if you read Dwoda, you know, it's pretty clear from Dwoda that those things are all integrated concepts. You know, self-interest and honor and faith in God and reputation, shame, all of those are kind of, you know, they're not really separable. But yeah, yeah, in terms of the old school goth Almantas, who I was when I was younger, like I said, I was it was an era of lots of edginess. It was an era of you know, a lot of the comedy that was really popular at the time was very focused on just kind of naked expressions of cruelty. And that was, like I said, that wasn't actually super popular in my high school. Among the people I went to high school with, that didn't tend to get you very far. People tended to reward those who were nice to them. Was the kind of overwhelming social factor of my who was popular at my high school was being nice to people was really, really rewarded, and being mean led you to being socially a little bit more isolated because people just didn't want to spend time around you in a very straightforward fashion. And yeah, bot shredder, that was very much a behavior of mine. That was very much a behavior of mine. And the so that was kind of what I was like. It was an era when that was like what was popular on television, but it was not actually particularly popular in my own socially local world. If I had been more parochial, if I had been more worried about the esteem of my peers and my appearances and my local environment, I would have been a nicer person. Weirdly enough, I would have been a nicer person. Like I said, Daria was a very important influence on me at that time, and I've rewatched Daria a million times since then. You know, I've rewatched Daria a million times since then, and odd name, the odd example of a name that's spelled exactly the same way in English that it is in Japanese. You know, it was a show that really I took a I have, as an adult, I've re-examined it several times, and I have a very different appreciation for the show. I particularly see Daria as a woman, a girl, who is suffering largely from self-inflicted wounds. The biggest problems in her life are that she's small-minded, that she's hyper-judgmental, that she's narrow-minded, right? That she is narrow. The fundamental cause of her problems is a narrow-mindedness, bred of egotism on her part, which hoofa doofa right there. And so it's it particularly becomes telling that she bullies other people much more than she has ever bullied herself. That is a big factor in how I kind of see the show, is like, oh, she is actually the bully here. Other people are so patient with her and so kind to her, and she repays it negatively. She spits on other people's kindness and courtesy consistently. And so I kind of viewed this myself when I was a youngster. I kind of viewed this as a sort of honorable behavior on her part, that she was an honorable, tragic figure as opposed to just kind of a generic jerk, which is, I think, a much more accurate read of what she actually was in practice. Was, I think she was just kind of mean for no particular reason. You know, she was just kind of mean because because the world appreciated things that were not they were not strictly her natural talent. You know, she wanted to be the most socially prestigious person around for the things that she was already good at and already wanted to do. And while she was consistently highlights that, you know, the football players were given privileged positions, a thing that's worth noting is that the football players are nice to her. It's actually kind of hard to avoid that the football players and the football players and cheerleaders are actually way nicer to Daria than she is to them. And it's kind of not hard to see that people are enthusiastic about them. This would be 90s. It's a 90s television show. It's American. It's very much a product of when MTV was a meaningful cultural force. And I'd be kind of curious to know about like how and why MTV declined. Because not every television channel declined in the same way at the same time, right? You know, Fox is still very popular. Yeah, her pessimistic attitude is her enemy. Yes, absolutely, Glitchika, absolutely. And it's a refusal to accept the virtues of other people that I see as being a real enemy to her. I see that as a real... I see that above all else as the thing that really immiserates her and locks her off from the people around her and from being happy, to be blunt. You know, and her need to be better than other people. You know, she needs to be better than other people. She needs other people to tell her that she's better than other people. And, you know, one of the episodes that I think about quite a bit in terms of highlighting this is the episode The New Kid, which is not a particularly good episode, to be blunt, where she meets a kid who has come into the school from homeschooling. You know, she meets this kid who used to be homeschooled and has decided to come to a public school. And this new kid from this very hippie family, pretty recognizable to me. This new kid who got homeschooled by his turbo hippie parents, much hippier than my parents. I was not homeschooled. The other kids at school make fun of him for being kind of weird, and he responds to this as, you know, oh, this is a teachable moment, right? Oh, this is a teachable moment. Oh, I can show these people the virtues of the lifestyle I was raised in. You know, he's enthusiastic and open about getting to meet new people and about learning from them. Hello, Cozy. Hello, Curiosity. Hello. He's open-minded and enthusiastic. I'm talking about Daria. And, you know, this new kid who has an even weirder upbringing and set of attitudes than Daria rapidly becomes quite popular. And trying to figure out a good ligature for these double L's, because when I'm doing Batard script, I feel like I've got a very good I feel like I've got a very good ligature for double L, right? This is how I do double L in Batard. So I'll just rewrite football in Batard. Um, O too tall, T too tall, but that's okay. And I do like the Batard A. And then across both of them like that, and then loop like that. Yeah, I do see in I probably should have done this directly underneath, right? That would have been more intelligent of me. Yeah, I do definitely see a trouble with her admitting faults. Again, still talking about the episode The New Kid, still talking about it in the episode of The New Kid. The New Kid, whose name I can never remember, he specifically calls us out that he finds Daria quite shallow. He finds Daria quite shallow and image focused, which is true. And Daria, this is something that Daria is totally unwilling to admit, totally profoundly unwilling to admit about herself. You know, he compares her unfavorably to her own sister, which is her nightmare, right? That is her nightmare, is the is being compared to Quinn. And sorry, I'm just gonna write down a kanji that I'm having a lot of trouble remembering. ADHD, baby. And Saifu. Wrong place, but that and oh, it felt like it was more for older teens. To be honest, I don't know. I feel like that's a good question, Alex. I do feel like adult animation is kind of a complicated question, in no small part because we have this whole attitude in the US of cartoons are for kids. And Daria feels a little bit like it straddles there, in no small part because I would kind of consider Beavis and Butthead. It's an offshoot of Beavis and Butthead, for, you know, to go back further in the history on this one. Daria is an offshoot of Beavis and Butthead, and Beavis and Butthead I do think would be pretty firmly adult animation. You know, it's about losers watching music videos, which served as something of a lesson for older teens about how to be an adult, but I don't think that it was ever really super intended. I guess in Beavis and Butthead they are high school students, but they act like 20-something knuckleheads, right? And that's very much how they're designed, how they're cast, how they're designed to fit into the world, right? Is you know, they're designed to be the kind of guys who dropped out of college and sit on the couch all day, probably do a lot of drugs implicitly, but it's so implicit that like you It's so obvious that you don't even need to tell people. But, you know, this is all pre-South Park, right? And and South Park is like the peak, like kids should not watch this TV show, but my experience was that mostly kids watch South Park. But that is their main target audience, is the 13-ish crowd. And I guess this is like Alex asking this question is I'm making me think quite a bit, because I learned something insane recently that's been bouncing around in my head, which is that people used to ship Pearl from Steven Universe and Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. They might still, for all I know. But somebody exposed me to some fan videos of that ship, and it's left me disturbed ever since. It was rough to realize 10 years ago that you're too old for South Park. Yeah. No. South Park is for the kids. South Park is a kids show. It's like VeggieTales, but it's to teach instead of teaching them about the Bible, it's teaching them far right political positions. So yippee. Yeah, like what is adult animation? Who is the intended audience for an adult animation? And like I said, I mean, it feels like, to use ones that I have more approval of. Rick and Morty doesn't feel like it's intended for kids at all. I don't know if like actual kids are getting that much out of watching Rick and Morty. I understand what an adult is getting out of watching Rick and Morty. It's kind of a turbo cynical take on golden age sci-fi, which even golden age sci-fi worthwhile. A lot of gross stuff in golden age sci-fi that you just the people tend to just kind of brush under the rug, when it really shouldn't be. When it really should be like, wait a second, this is really messed up. Steven Universe does feel intended for kids, but in no small part because I don't really know anybody who was a kid. I just don't really know anybody who was a kid when Steven Universe was on air. I'm sure that I've provoked somebody in chat to say that they were a kid when Steven Universe was on air. That everybody I know who is into Steven Universe, myself included, is, was an adult before the first episode aired. Breezed Lightning over on YouTube is bringing up the question of adult material versus mature material. And we have definitely created a problem for ourselves in English as a language. Definitely created a problem for ourselves where we're kind of using both adult and mature as oftentimes those are used as boulderizations, as boulderizations of the words sexual or really sexual in particular. We often use it as just like a way to say that something is sexual content without saying the word sexual. And this is a conversation that I've wound up having many times. Oh, we've got ad in progress. I will come back to this once after this ad break. I'll come back to this after this ad break, so give me a moment. I am back. I am back. I really appreciate the Alex calling it Stefano Universalis. Was made specifically for art school students, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I think to some extent it was made specifically by art school students to respond to their sensitivities. I don't know that I would accept a vision of Steven Universe that treats it as particularly calculated art, mostly because if it was especially calculated art, it wouldn't be such a thematic mess. It would be a much more thematically smooth experience, I think. There are definitely some payoffs where they started off that they really thought through and really planned to do a really big payoff of certain reveals and concepts. And then there's stuff where they clearly were flying by the seat of their pants. Some of which is very big. Some of which I think is very big. In another universe, Steve-O Universe was an educational kids show about rocks and astronomy. Absolutely. If it had been made 20 years prior, geology would have been much more of a lesson. They would have, every time they introduced a new gem type, they would have an entire episode dedicated to, you know, the properties of amethyst. And, you know, the relationships between various different types of quartzes. Like they would definitely have done that if it was 20 years prior. Instead, it is my joke about Steven Universe is that it's Evangelion if Shinji had a loving family. That's kind of my joke about the fundamental thing that Steven Universe is about. Is what if Gendo Ikari loved Shinji and was capable of expressing it in a healthy manner? And yeah, Breeze Lightning over on YouTube is highlighting, yeah, like adult has become this byword for sexual or violent content. And I have this conversation fairly frequently with other content creators who watch me, that they find my content to be adult and mature, but when they say adult, they don't mean that I'm being sexual, because I'm clearly not being particularly sexual. They mean that adult in the sense of like worries about back pain and gets excited about coupons. Right, and like that's very much an adult relationship with the world, but it's a different type of adult. You know, it's a different valence. I would even say a different valence. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits. That was the metaphor I was thinking about while I was talking. While I was taking my bathroom break. Was I was thinking about myself as the kind of person who approaches tax season with a steady confidence. Which admittedly this year is going to be shaken. Admittedly, this is going to be a tougher year than usual. Most years my tax filing has been almost entirely W-2 based, and this year it is not going to be. And so oh my goodness, Sidere, holy moly, Sidere has just raided me over on Twitch with quite a big raid, let me give you the shout out, Sidere. Sidere, You're playing Infinite Craft. You were actually, and YouTube also sends their hellos. I am restreaming, so apologies if I have to split the if I'm relaying things between the two chats. It's blame Twitch's unwillingness. But yes, Raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am doing calligraphy today. I'm working on my my Gothic calligraphy in particular, and I was just talking about Steven Universe, as I so often do. And you know, what is an adult? What is an adult? And for those of you who do not know Saidere, she is a psychology graduate student. Yes, she's a psychology graduate student who does a lot of very cool streams where she reviews journal articles and talks about her research, a lot of co-working. You know, it's very cool. It's very cool what Saidere does. How was Infinite Craft? How was Infinite Craft? Just realized I made a mistake. We found hippocampus. That was it for psych words. Okay, gotcha. Excellent. You am I correct in recalling, Saidere, that your research is pretty heavily focused on dishonesty and cheating? I recall that was the last journal night, was do people who cheat, I think it meant cheat on tests in particular, is that like an expression of self-esteem questions? Is that correct? Is my memory failing me? I only stopped in for a little bit of it. Yes, my eternal question. That's true. My staple question. Why aren't the straights all right? It's a great question. It's a great question. What is happening in American heterosexuality? Oh yes, those conspiracy theories. Okay. That's what it was. Yeah, it was the connection between conspiracy theories and cheating. Okay, yes, that's what it was. Yes. Okay. I might want to pick your brain about that sometime, because you know, entirely off stream. My other line of work involves conspiracy theories in a different valence than yours does, in a different valence and context, but conspiracy theories come up. Versal, I spelled it wrong. Spelled it wrong twice. And Saidere, I have a little bit of a channel rule that if I'm doing a calligraphy stream and I get rated, I'm trying to adhere to it. I don't always, I sometimes forget, but if I get rated by somebody during a calligraphy stream, they get a free redeem of the write something down. So if you'd like me to write something in calligraphy, you please let me know. Try to limit it to like, I don't know, 30-40 characters. Oh, and Mara raided me. Okay, wow. Okay, while I was just explaining raid rules to the previous set of raiders. Hello, Mara Eventry. Hello. Let me get the keyboard. Let me find my keyboard so I can give you the shout out. Welcome in, raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I do history lectures from time to time. Fort Exifier, thank you for the for the kind words. And actually, let me go back and say hello to people who've just come in. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Lunar Guide. Hello, Autoshiro. Hello, M000. Hello, of course, obviously, Saidere. Hello, Karma Honey Bunny. Hello, 00. Hello, Vortex Fire. And hello, Keypots. Hold on, I'm still catching up now. Hello, Cool Slendy Gamer. And hello, of course, and obviously, hello, Mara. How was Undertale? I love Undertale. I really, really love Undertale. Undertale is a top 5 game for me, probably. I haven't really revisited my top list of games in a few years, and my top list has changed. But Undertale is very high on my list. Undertale is very high on my list. And I was just explaining to... Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Vortex Fire, thank you for the gift subs.
F0RD3XXF1R3 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh, and that's very kind of you, Lunar Guy, to say that you like my my mom. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hype train started. Oh my goodness! It's slow because of brain fog. A lot is wrong. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And Karma Honey Bunny, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I mean, thank you very much for the gifts. I mean, I'm trying to do this independently. I'm trying to be an independent working content creator, and it makes that possible. It makes that possible. Yeah, all of the bells. Really testing out the alerts, really pushing the alerts to their limits, my Twitch alerts to the limit. Yes. But yes, I was explaining to Saidere, and she hasn't taken advantage of this yet. So Saidere can still take advantage of this, and so can Mara. If you would like me to write something in calligraphy, I will give a freebie out. I have some amount of font selection available. I really need to make like a guide page for the fonts that I can actually do. I can do, this is Gothic that you've got here. Bastard. It's called Bastard, but it's this nice fancy one. I can kind of do Fraktur. I can do Insular, which is an old Irish looking font. If you want it to look Irish, I can do Insular Minuscule. I might as well write these down. But yes, I try to, when people raid me during a calligraphy, during a hand cam stream, they get a free write this down redeem. So Insular, you can see it's the very Irish looking font. It's an old medieval font that was associated with Ireland, hence the Insular. Insular as an island, not just Ireland, but it was the island. So Insular. Samara is the best and I love her. I can do that. I can do that. I'm actually surprised to see you here, Mara, because I know that you're mostly on the YouTube. I know you're much more on the YouTube. And I should back up and say to Cool Slendy Gamer, I have not played Undertale Yellow. I know about Undertale Yellow, but I still haven't played it. I have played Deltarune, and I'm really looking forward to the next releases of Deltarune. But I don't tend to be very involved in fandoms. So let's... So Mara has made a request, and I'd like to know if she has a request about which script she would like me to write it in. Insular, Gothic. I've got the nib upside down, so it's writing a little bit wet. Gothic, and I did not do the weird route. You're on Twitch this week for September. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I did not do Deltarune weird. I did not do Deltarune. Weird. I cannot write in Comic Sans, Bot Shredder. That is not something you can do with a calligraphy pen. You cannot do it with a calligraphy pen. Insular Gothic. I can do rustic as well. I can do rustic as well. And italic, but I'm not going to bother with the rustic right here. Okay, Orc Florist. Orc Florist. I've got a bunch to do right now. So Mara's going to get hers first. Orc Florist. And also hello, Kirill. A Bot Shredder, an insane effect of playing Undertale is that I no longer hate Comic Sans. It is nowhere near my. I do not particularly hate Comic Sans as fonts go. I think it's fine. There's definitely inappropriate context for using it, but I'm well, Kirill. I'm well, Kirill. Woke up a little late because it is American Labor Day. Top 5 fonts. I mean, my number one's probably Georgia. I keep going back to Georgia. I really like Comforta. I really like Comforta. Well, I don't tend to like as many sans serif fonts. So the fact that I like Comforta is unusual. I like Comforta among the sans serif fonts. That's kind of my go-to. And hello, WIO Cryptid. Hold on. Let me get Mara. Let me get Mara. Mara didn't request, so I'm going to be doing Gothic because it's what I've been practicing today. So if I'm not keeping up with chat, it's because I've got chat locked on to the line that Mara wanted me to write. So apologies, chat. There's some specific spelling in here that I want to make sure that I capture. And then I'll get to what Kirill requested. I'll get to Kirill. The pen a little bit flowing better. Hello there. Is the best and I love her. Okay. I can't quite remember how to make a nice looking Gothic ampersand off the top of my head. Ampersands, I like writing ampersands, but I kind of forget how to make them look distinctive to distinctive fonts. let me make sure I get the spelling on this next part correct. And sorry. I am behind. I'm very behind. This is the part where the spelling is very particular. One, two. So this is second H. Gonna get some good H practice in here. 3. One, two, three, 4. Oh wait, hold on. There's an E here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one's got an E. Heh. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5 and 6 are right on top of each other. Gotta be literal here, you know? Gotta honor my commitments. Is what she said to write. And then one more E. And one less he. There we go. There we go. That's Mara. That's what Mara requested. That's what Mara requested. Hold on, I gotta go back up a little bit. So Cryptid came back. Yeah, I am in the Seraph Gang. I am in the Seraph Gang. Ooh, Karek, that's an interesting one. And so cool, Slendy Gamer. Hold on, let me make sure that this is face on so that Mara can get a really good look at it before I get on to working on Kirill's. Yeah, I mean, the Gothic in 40k is very much inspired by the fact that, you know, Gothic was a language. Gothic was a real language in real life. I don't know how large the language family was, but somebody who's more anthropological here, more linguistic here, might know more about it. But yeah, there were Gothic languages in real life. There was a Gothic architectural style, and that Gothic architectural style is very inspirational to 40k. And Karma Honey Bunny? No, that's not weird. I will say that I don't know Rise of the Guardians, so I don't know in particular. I will say that when I gave my model artist all right, sleep well, Emperor's Armpits. Sleep well, Emperor's Armpits. But yes, so my model artist Sensational, I'm obviously not on my live 2D right now, I'm on my PNG. But my model designer, I told him to make me look like Uncle Iroh dressed like he's in Knives Out. That was the main one, was Uncle Iroh dressed like Knives Out. Yes, Emperor's Armpits, and because I know that you're on my Discord, I will make sure that you see it. I will make sure that you see it. But yeah, Iroh. Uncle Iroh. Yep, absolutely. I had actually already been streaming for a minute. I think EA might have been around long enough to remember me before I had this art. I know Jarfie is. Jarfie has known me long enough. I don't know how many people other than Jarfie have known me long enough to know what I was like before. I'm gonna get on Kirill's request because it's fairly long. Kirill, do you have a font preference? Yeah, you were barely. Yeah, you that's fair. That's very fair. That's very fair. I'm grateful for that because my previous setup was not very good. My previous setup was not very good at all. And I'm grateful for that. Favorite Uncle Iroh quotes. Yeah, that's well, a lot of people did, Mara. A lot of people did. A lot of people saw, and the design very much fell from my personality. That was the big thing. I've done it a couple times. I probably won't today. But I was given I definitely chose my the advice I gave to my model designer was extremely based on his based on my vibes. That, you know, I got vibes and I got feedback, and yes, Glitchica, there's a redeem for it. There's a redeem for it, but you are a friend, so I might give you a little bit more. Wild-Cryptid, who was it? I remember you starting, so it wasn't super recent, but yeah, I'm looking through Iroh quotes and seeing and trying to find one that I feel like is my best. Sybil, yes, I am a friend of. I love Sybil. I need to have Sybil on here one of these days. I've been on Sybil's stream a couple of times. One of my favorite moments as a streamer was Sybil was in the middle of a subathon, and I was like, "Hey, Sybil, can I hop on?" And she was playing Elden Ring, and I showed up. Well, I was drunk, and she just let me hop on Discord with her and narrate, do blow by blow commentary on her stream. You know, it occurs to me I can just copy and paste what Carol wrote into Notepad, and that'll be easier. Notepad. Let me go back. I'm mostly a history guy these days. My actual academic background is sociology, not history. I do have a history degree, but I didn't go to graduate school for history, and I didn't teach history at the college level. So I tend to be a little bit more cagey about saying that I was ever a historian, because I wasn't, right? Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, let me get through what the last two requests. Let me work on them. This one's definitely on the longer end, but it's also pretty simple, so what was the video, Kirill? What was the video, Kirill? also want to say, if anybody doesn't know, Kirill is the certified good boy of my channel, because we did a dark triad personality test and he got the lowest scores on everything. Out of like 30 people. So certified good boy. It was very funny. I think I was on the low end. I'm pretty sure Mora Sensei was the high one for almost everything. Pop history. Oh, by Rosenkreutz. Okay. I haven't watched Rosenkreutz in a while. And that's a tough one for Rosenkreutz to do, because Rosenkreutz is kind of pop history, right? Like, that said, I mean, a lot of what I talk about on this channel is disabusing people about pop history, right? You know, my favorite thing, one of my favorite things I've done as a streamer so far was my lecture series on Cortez. And I stand by one of those things I think is extremely important when talking about Cortez and the Spanish conquest of Mexico in particular, which is that what Cortez did in 2 years took the rest of the Spanish Empire 200 years to do in the Yucatan. What Cortez did in central Mexico, you know, it took 200 plus years to, not 200 plus, a little bit under 200 years to do in the Yucatan with the Maya. And I think that that's always worth highlighting, because it really highlights that it wasn't something, it wasn't just like European steel going up against indigenous stone. That it's that there were peculiarities about the Aztec conquest that cannot just be simplified as the physical material technology. That it wasn't just the equipment, the kit that the soldiers used. And of course, any detailed study of what Cortez did makes it kind of plainly obvious. The bigger point about that being a more limited advantage than it seems at first is that the weapons that the indigenous people used were perfectly deadly. Is like a big part of it. They were just perfectly deadly. And there's definitely advantages to steel weapons, right? There's advantages to steel weapons, even over iron weapons, even over bronze weapons, that is considerable. A huge part of it, though, is not instantaneous battlefield deadliness. It's economics. It's, you know, a steel weapon retains its edge after repeated use for much longer. And this is actually less important for weapons than it is for axes. Stone axes wear out really quickly compared to metal axes when you're cutting down trees. So there's a huge economic advantage. Hello, Humter. Hello, Humter. And let's... but again, like I said, the conquest of the Incas and the Aztecs went very quickly, but the conquest of the Maya went much more slowly, 200 years. Yeah, the logistics of it, the economic production of it matters quite a bit. That's actually the biggest advantage that iron has over bronze in your late Bronze Age collapse, early Iron Age era, is that you don't need tin to make steel, to make iron. You just need iron ore, and iron ore is very plentiful. Video games mislead you all the time on how plentiful iron ore is. Iron ore is everywhere. Iron ore is extremely everywhere. No, actually, Humter, no. Steel, it depends, actually. I should have actually pointed out. If we're talking about bronze, kind of. If we're talking about bronze, kind of. If we're talking about steel versus iron, absolutely. If we're talking about iron versus bronze, kind of. But the bigger thing, but if we're talking about steel versus obsidian, no. If we're talking about steel versus obsidian, no. Obsidian actually gets a sharper edge. We actually still use obsidian tools for certain things, most famously surgery. Yeah, we still use obsidian for surgery. Obsidian can get wicked sharp. Because it's the same principle as like flint or other rocks, where when you break it, the limit on sharpness is the cleavage, which is a geological property, right? It's you're limited by the cleavage properties. And obsidian has a cleavage property that makes it very, very good for incredibly sharp blades. But yeah, it's fragile. It will make incredibly sharp blades that shatter very easily. And the only way that you can't refine the sharpness of it with a file. You won't get as good of an edge by filing it. You need to break it every time to get a new edge, which limits things quite a bit. My understanding, so I can't pronounce it. I can't pronounce it because I don't speak Nahuatl. I don't know how to pronounce it, but Makachuli. My understanding was not that they broke after one hit, but they were definitely more fragile than a steel sword of the same with otherwise similar properties. But yeah, they would kill you. They would kill you pretty dead. Supposedly you could cut off a horse's head with them. Supposedly. But the actual reasons why the Aztecs lost so quickly were that, the Aztecs were a tributary empire, which is a very fragile type of government that was incredibly unpopular. And I actually found it really fascinating when I was doing research for my Colonialism in Mexico series, that one of the biggest things I really got out of it was that Cortez was a more skillful and adept reader of the political situation than Moctezuma was. That Moctezuma was behind the curve on what the political situation he was in was like, and Cortez was ahead of it. Part of this is that Cortez, I found from reading detailed accounts, even ones that were not trying to make this case, it's very hard to read an account of Cortez's actions where he doesn't come across as terrifyingly skilled. Not a moral man, not a good man, but a terrifyingly skilled man. at the peculiar task of disassembling a larger political organization with a small force. It just is very hard to escape that impression from every account of the man that goes into any detail of what the Aztec conquest are like. The phrase I said back when I did the lecture series was, if instead of going to the New World, he had been dropped off in Anatolia, I should say the Caucasus. If he had just been, like, for some bizarre reason, parachuted into the Caucasus Mountains during the same time, European history with relationship to the Ottoman Empire would have been completely different. I am very impressed with him as an individual commander, as a field commander. As a political operator, there's something of an irony that he turned out to be extremely good at reading the winds and understanding the problems facing central Mexican politics. But once he got into I'm going to change, Kirill, I'm going to change yours a little bit just for parsing reasons because I made a mistake. I'm going to change it from I like to write words, I like writing words. It doesn't affect the cadence too badly. I apologize, but I realized I wrote a W instead of a T. So I'm doing a recovery rather than just scratching it out. That once he got into the post-conquest period and was pitted against other Spanish nobles, he was outmaneuvered pretty badly. So there's something that's kind of interesting about, he was the alien operator going up against a person who was very entrenched in their own familiar political system and performed very, very well there politically. And then once he was on his home turf, once he was doing Spanish court politics, something that he should have been more familiar with and more adept at, was not able to keep up. I think that matters. I think that matters. Yeah, cool, Slendy Gamer. I think that matters. It feels difficult to deny that in terms of small unit field operations, he was outrageously talented. And there are a couple of reasons why I don't think it's reasonable to attribute it to Spanish versus American war systems. And a big reason why is because he wound up fighting other Spanish. And he did extremely well. In the times that he wound up in actual combat against other Spaniards, where he's on the same technology and using the same weapons and the same training and all that, he performs outrageously well. I'm just gonna go to the next line for this one. Yeah. Yes, that would be a fair way of putting it. He was very, very good at, well, and this is one of those things that's a little bit frustrating. I've talked about this a few times on here, and it's not the most popular opinion of mine. A lot of the stuff that he was really good at is stuff that RTSs don't model at all. I think most other commanders, if they had been put into the same situation as him, would have been assassinated by their own men. Which is not something that most RTSs model. You don't generally have an RTS model where, in Age of Empires, you don't have to worry about your knights assassinating you. right? Like that's not like a real concern there. Oh my goodness, Princess Roska. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Oh, hello, Grim. I am currently catching up on redeems. So I should actually finish my introduction. I am a former professor. That's not a bit. That's not a bit. At Princess Roska, Puppy Kingdom raid. You were playing art. Okay, what art were you working on? What art were you working on? I know that I'm kind of doing art, but I always just list it as just chatting because I'm spending like 80% of my attention on what I'm talking about rather than what I'm writing. And I'm catching up on some redeems that people have done. But if one of my rules is that if I'm doing a hand cam stream, and somebody raids me, I will write what they request. I'll give them a free request of the write something down redeem. So if you have something you'd like to write, this is about the longest I'm willing to do, is what Kirill gave me here. My name is Almantas, and I'm here to say I like writing words in an archaic way. I have one more redeem to get through. I should also say, you know, I like my streams to be cozy and easygoing. People are extremely allowed to fall asleep to my streams. I'm extremely comfortable with that. This is not class. This is vibes. This is vibes. So if I was working on flats for some orchestra member portraits for VTSO release. I saw a picture with me and my... Oh, wonderful. 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 I will say Cool Sunday Gamer, I did get good reviews from my students. Let me go back and catch some of the hellos. Matthias MDX, thank you for the hello. Hello. And hello Envaltilia. Hello Chippy. And hello, of course, Princess Roska. And hello Floppy Eared. Floppy Eared, I would say that you do not need to call me Professor Almantas. I did not insist on it when I was a professor, and also I am not currently a professor. Oh, thank you for the follow, Songats. Thank you for the follow. So I was asked what pen and ink I'm using. So the pen, first of all, let me make sure I've got the camera lined up properly. Yeah, I was off base on that one. So this is a Pilot's Parallel 2.4. You can see the pilot there. 2.4 millimeter Pilot Parallel. I have a full set of Pilot Parallels. I even have another Pilot Parallel 2.4 millimeter with a different ink in it at the moment. I don't know. I really like the 2.4. The 1.5 I find kind of a little bit difficult to work with. And hello, Action Production. Hello, Action Production 14. Evercell and Princess. Okay, I will have to come back to that because there's one more redeem by Emperor's Armpits who might have gone to sleep already. And if you want a specific font, I have a couple of fonts that I can write in, not just Gothic. So I'm going to do Emperor's Armpits redeem now. That was a little bit high angle, I apologize. It's a little bit high angle, so let's get a little lower angle for this one. I don't know, it's just a gothic day today. It's a goth day today. I talked about being a goth in high school, or I should say dating goths in high school. Being a little bit sloppy about hitting the low line here. I apologize, Emperor's Armpits. Let me just get through this one and I'll get back to reading chats. Good S though. I will take that S. So this is Emperor's Armpits. Let's go back down all the way to the bottom. I did not date late ancient era goths. I was talking about goths in the modern context. Oh, you saw oiling copper plates. Copper plate's tricky. Copper plate's tricky. I actually never work with pointed. I don't even have a pointed nib right at all. Not good. I said good ass, not good ass. Oh yes, I forgot to mention. Yes. This is the ink I'm currently using. Is the Herbin Perle Noir. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's a good solid black. Most of the time I'm using various Oroshizoku inks. So for my normal writing, I'm currently for my normal practice writing, for just normal handwriting, I am using this is Fuyugaki. Yeah, please do not drink it. Please do not drink it. I'm using Fuyugaki, and this is my other 2.4 that I've got inked up right now for when I want to change things up. And I've been using this over the last couple weeks. I've been using this one a lot. This is Cross Purple. It's a beautiful purple. It's a beautiful purple, but it's a little bit ill-behaved as a calligraphy ink. It's a little ill-behaved as a calligraphy ink. It fights me a little bit. It fights me a little bit, and so it doesn't give me the best evenness. Oh yeah, so yes. Too many things to respond to at the same time. Yes. Scared to use fountain pens just because of loading it up. I mean, let me take a look here. I can just loading up is not very scary. I will say that I'm just trying to take a look how much ink is in here. So this one could be reloaded. This one could be reloaded. So this is actually just a cartridge, right? Oh, hold on, I'm off camera. This one I could reload right now. This one's just a cartridge, and I could show you how I reload. We've got ad break coming up in 1 minute, so I think I can squeeze this in. Have my tools. Oh, and Eleonora 2222 underscore. Thank you for the follow. So this is how I reload my inks. And let's get that Perle Noir out here. Let's try to be quick about this. There are ones that use and this might get on my fingers a little bit. So just go in and let's just grab half a milliliter. Just grab a half milliliter. It's pretty simple, just like this. There are ones where there's like screw caps and bladder pulls and stuff like that where you don't, in theory it's more convenient because you don't have to take the cartridge out of the pen to reload it, but I find that they're so much more finicky to use than just using a syringe that I prefer the syringe technique. Even on the ones that have that option, I prefer the syringe technique, so I just use carts. I just use carts, and when the cart runs out from the initial fill, I wash it out. Oh, no, I don't like the twist. I don't like the twist. I find it harder to use. I find it harder to use than a syringe. It does mean that you can't overload, which is nice. It does mean that you can avoid overloading. And Princess Roska, I have not forgotten about yours, but we are going to go into ads before I get to go to it. So when I come back, I will work on yours. Yeah, Evercell and Princess. Okay. Copy, and let me paste that. Ads are in progress. And I'll be back in a moment. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. So I should also note, this is something I should be shilling more frequently, especially because Mara had just mentioned that she came to me based on my design. I am running a fan art contest. I have linked it. Let me link it on both chats. That is the rules and location of the fan art contest for the month of September. My affiliate anniversary on Twitch is in October, so I'll be doing a subathon for October. But I am doing a fan art contest for the month of September. And so Yes, people like my design. They've done a few fan arts of me, and I feel like I should reward that because it makes me very happy. It makes me very, very happy when people do fan art of me. So we're doing a little fan art contest. Yeah, I don't know, I'm excited for it. It started over the weekend, and by over the weekend I mean yesterday. And yes, so if you are a drawer of some persuasion or a fanfic writer, and you want to submit some fan art of me, I would be very, very grateful. And I will select my favorites and then put them to a community vote in October, is how it's going to work. Hello, Asim! Of course. I did miss a lot of your birthday stream. Nobody told me it was your birthday. It was Asim's birthday over the weekend. Let me give the shout out for Asim. Asim is a fellow turbo nerd. He is the librarian of the Celestial Library. And very cool dude all around. Very cool dude all around. I'm going to get to Princess Rosca's redeem. But yeah, I for my friends, I do calligraphy for their birthdays. I do a little personalized calligraphy for everybody's birthdays. If somebody who's an experienced streamer has a system for how they mail things to people without doxing themselves, I would like to know what that system is, because that's the main thing that stops me from mailing things out to people. Is that I don't want to quite give out my entire home address so easily. So let's... PO Box is expensive, is the thing. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, Throne is what I've been doing. That's true. iPostal. Okay. That's actually cool. Sunday Gamer. I have done that. I have done that for I could not attend off Kai, but I did want to give a lot of my friends who were at off Kai some cookies. And so I mailed them to an intermediate person who lived in the Bay Area who was attending off Kai, and had them distribute it. Yeah, that's the actual solution, is go corpo and use a corpo PO box. There's a part of me that wonders about, like, because I live in New York, and New York is small enough that I'm like, what if me and a couple of other VTubers who live here, which is not very many, not very many, banded together and just got a PO box for like the 5 of us. There's not very many of us in New York. Ever sell? Yeah, because the if I did it more, if it was a more important part of my business, I would just eat the expense, because it's like $200 a year. And I'm very cheap. That's like the thing, is I'm like, but $200 a year, would I get $200 a year worth of value out of this? And the answer is maybe. But I don't like gambling, you know. Maintenance registers DB under stage name for the post office. Yep, that's true. Yeah. Asim, you're getting hosed wherever you are. Registering for an LLC where I live is $20. It's $20 where I live, which is perfectly reasonable. Yeah. I don't know why corporate registration in New York is so cheap. You would think that they would be taking us to the cleaners around here, but no, they're not. But read legal documentation that you're doing business as, because they let slide once when I went to pick up the mail under Princess, and then they told me they needed documentation after. Okay. That's fair. And to be clear, I'm less worried about getting things. Like, for getting things, that's whatever, because I've already got Throne set up. I already have Throne set up, so if you are trying to mail me something, that's fine. That one's already set up. It's the mailing things out that I'm concerned about. It's outgoing mail that I'm worried about, because my incoming mail, that's fine. I've got Throne set up. Throne will do it. But outgoing I'm concerned about. Outgoing I'm just unsettled on. And I really should resolve it, because one of those things I really want to do is mail people calligraphy, right? I'd really like to mail people calligraphy. I do like baking, but I'm not going to mail people cookies except on a purely as friends basis, because if I sell cookies, then all of a sudden my apartment becomes a commercial business zone and a commercial kitchen, and that's awful. That is awful. So if I give my friends cookies for free, that's one thing, but if I mail people cookies as like a raffle or something like that, it's a nightmare. Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it. But there you are, Princess Orlska. There you are. There you are. Yeah, and I need to figure out some of that stuff by the end of the year. My tax year last year was not. Oh my goodness, sweepstakes rules are a nightmare. I think I remember reading a series of there's some series of rules where like the rules for California raffles and the rules for Nebraska raffles are mutually exclusive. It's very obnoxious. It's very, very obnoxious. So I don't even know if I'd want to do that. There's a part of me that like I'd been thinking for a long time about cool slender gamer. That's how you get poisoned. I've been thinking for a long time about like doing raffles where anybody who is a tier 2 or tier 3 sub gets a calligraphy. Well, not anybody, but has entered into a raffle. It's a raffle for getting something from me for either cookies or calligraphy. And it's just like, oh my goodness, this is so much harder than just making it a bit redeem. Like, this is so much more difficult than doing it as a bit redeem or as a commission. It's so much harder. It's so much harder. So I'll probably stick to that. Oh yeah, it's so much harder when you have to mail things out. Yeah. But of course, like I do traditional art, right? I do traditional art. I should do voice clips. You're right. I should do voice clips. That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. People do like my voice. People do like my voice. And I mean, the biggest thing I've done the biggest form of repayment I've given out is directing a lecture. Is choosing a topic for a lecture. That was the person who did a lot of my audio mixing used to be so much worse. I know that some people that my audio mixing is not perfect at the moment, and I'm actually now currently thinking too hard about it, and I'm adjusting my mic volume, my mic gain a little bit. But I am very bad at my hearing's actually quite bad. It's yeah, I am somewhat hard of hearing, not to an extent that I think I could get much disability. Yeah, Seam does ASMR. I have only not really done ASMR because I don't have the mic setup for it, and I don't experience ASMR, so I would need coaching. I don't want to do ASMR until I get some coaching. I wanna get some coaching. Things just explode. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's always one of those. I like a lot of romance manga. I like a lot of romance manga, and so one of those ones that I have found historically, one of those tropes that I find a funny, interesting thing is the whole like making handmade chocolate, right, for the protagonist as a funny trope. And the Princess Roscoe, if you wouldn't mind, I don't know if you're talking to me or Asim there, but I wouldn't mind like coaching or assistance on that, because my hearing's bad. My hearing is bad. And so I can't really tell when I'm doing a really terrible job or when my mic sounds awful. Yeah, the trope I was thinking about. Cool Slendy Gamer, I can hook you up with the guy who made if you joined my Discord, I'll reach out to you there. Otherwise I'm not like, I try not to check Discord while I'm on stream. Yeah, I've got pretty bad hearing, so I can't tell. So the person who helped me set up my audio filters, because my audio filters used to be much worse. I did my audio filters entirely by eyesight, and that's not good. And so the person who helped me do my filters was Coron the Coffee Crow, and what I repaid him with was he got to select a he got to choose a lecture topic. That was his reward for helping me with a task that was stressing me the hell out. We can talk about that. Yeah, give me a second. So the pens are easier because the pens are right here. The pens are right here. The inks will take me a moment. So let's pull out the calligraphy pens first. And Floppy Eared, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So that's not a calligraphy pen. Here's my calligraphy pen collection, which is fairly straightforward. fairly straightforward. Most of these are not inked right now, so, and they're all pilot parallels except for this one. Except for my Japanese calligraphy pen. And hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Actually, Vexing Cat, you should intervene a little bit here because Asim and Princess Roska were just talking about ASMR and voice acting. Vex has an insanely good voice. Vex's voice is incredible. It melts people. People melt very, very quickly on exposure to Vex's voice. So, as you can see, there's a couple of different sizes and they're color coded, right? They're color coded. I've got the 2.4s are currently inked up. The 1.5 I think is inked up. I've only got the 1.5. I mean, I homemade chocolate, but yeah, that's what I was talking about with tropes earlier. So yeah, the 1.5 is inked up. I don't tend to like it as much because it's hard to get good hairlines with it. The 3.8 is good. Okay, it needs to be washed out. The 3.8 needs to be washed out, and I might do that after stream. But it tends to be a slightly awkward size for the line paper I have. And I have 3 6mm pens. So I've got a regular 6mm pen. And as you can see with the 6mm, you get insane hairline difference, right? The hairline difference on the 6mm is insane. The trouble is that I can write like 2 lines. like it burns through paper so fast. It burns through paper so frigging fast. Yeah, and welcome back, Glitchika. Welcome back, Glitchika. And this is the weird pen. I put a flag on it. I put tape on this one because this one's weird. This one's weird. I have not actually figured out how to use this pen correctly. And it's not currently inked up at all. You can see that it's not inked up. But as you can see, it's got a reverse slope. Yes, it very much looks like an X-Acto. It's got a reverse slope. And it's actually wider than 6mm because of that reason. It started as a 6mm and then somebody modified it and then sold it. And I haven't quite been able to figure out how to, like, what I'm supposed to do with it. I haven't been able to figure out what I'm supposed to do with it. I didn't know you're lefty, Glitchika. Oh, it might do that. If you hold it upside down, because there's the vent, right? If you hold it upside down and left-handed, it might do that. It might do that. It might do that. Usually the challenge that people have with left-hand calligraphy is getting ink on their hand, is spreading on the ink. So they need like rapid drying inks. Or they do digital calligraphy. My father's left-handed, but he's extremely not artistic. My father is very not artistic. He's a scientist, a man of science. We might have. I still want to figure out if I can make some insane shapes with that. If I can make some insane shapes with this. So those are my calligraphy pens. And let me put them away. And obviously also here's the brush pen. Sorry, I forgot. There's the brush pen. There's the brush pen. What is the, so, you know, I've gotten used to writing super small with the brush pen, so it's a little... Trying to write stuff that's, like, normal sized with it is now... requires a lot of thought on my part. It's coming out really shaky. I apologize. This is very shaky. Mannen Hitze. 10,000-year pen. This is the Japanese for fountain pen for people who haven't seen it before. Mannen hitsu. So those are my calligraphy pens. And I don't think you guys care about seeing my markers, so let's pull out my regular pens. So I'm gonna divide these up pretty quickly. Hold on a second. One of them is missing. I think I know where it is, but it is... Okay, I think I know where it is. Hold on, I'm missing my favorite one. Oh, no, it is here. It's here. I just couldn't see it properly. So, these are my various ballpoint pens. As you can see, I have voted in New York City. This pen's actually kind of useful. This pen's actually kind of useful because it's got the rubber tip for that makes it easier for me to use touchscreens. I'm very bad with touchscreens. My touchscreens almost never pick up my hands, and they tend to pick up the oil from my hands more than my actual hands, so they get a lot of false negatives and a lot of false positives. And then these are just some ballpoints. Just some unremarkable ballpoints. I don't use them very much. And here are my fountain pen collection. This is a Padrino medium tip. I like the Padrino a lot. It's very hefty. It's very hefty and currently not inked up. Most of these are not inked up at all. Not in a long time, Cool Slendy Gamer, and I am unlikely to use Quill again anytime soon. I have been vegan for 10 years? 11 years? 11 years. I've been vegan for 11 years and was vegetarian for years before then. If I were to do really old school, I would use a reed. People often do not know this, but reeds were a more common writing implement for a lot of the archaic period than quills because they're cheaper. Bluntly put, they're cheaper. But they wear out more quickly. And, you know, that means that's why you've got pen knives, which I don't currently own, to resharpen it periodically. And reeds were cheaper and more plentiful, but they wear out more quickly and require more time being reset. This is an incredibly cheap platinum preppy. And you know what? I think it's inked up, but it's whatever. Whatever. I don't really care about it. This thing was like $3. Very cheap and cheerful. The Padrino I already looked at. The Padrino is a medium nib. Padrino is a pretty obscure company, and as you can see, it picks up my fingerprints in like 2 seconds. This one's a hefty boy. This is my most actual used fountain pen anymore, which is a Lamy Safari, and I actually don't like Lamy Safaris for a weird reason. This is how you hold a Lamy Safari, right? This is the problem. This is the problem. Is that my fingers curve. As far as I know, that's somewhat natural. That's just a little bit of natural human variation that I've got. But my fingers are not parallel to the pen. And so that means that the pen with the easy... I don't like these easy nib. These easy pen grips. I don't like these triangular grips. Because they only really are comfortable if the pen is like sunk into my thumb pad in a way that doesn't make any sense. Otherwise, it's just not very comfortable to use in the natural way, but I end up using this pen a lot because it's fine. It's a fine nib. And so when I'm practicing kanji, I tend to use this one quite a bit because it can be kind of hard to write really dense kanji, like soy sauce, with a medium nib pen, right? And even here I screwed up. I made the top too heavy. See it like that. I know some kanji. I know a couple thousand kanji. Yeah. I know a couple thousand kanji. So that's my. This one's also a limited edition. Yeah. You really like that eco. You really like that eco. Eco fans seem to be a particular breed. They do seem to be a particular breed. This is actually my oldest fountain pen. It's a Waterman. It's a Waterman. It's a medium nib. It hasn't been inked up in forever. I feel like it's a little bit too light if I don't post it, which some people think is sacrilege. But I like the Waterman. It's the one I've had the longest. I don't love it because I tend to get too far up on the grip and then I get ink on my fingertips. So I like it, but I don't love it. But it's very compact. If I wore suits more often, this would be a very nice thing to put in the suit pocket. But I do like the Waterman. Pilot Metropolitan, also a fine tip. And it's a Japanese fine, so it's a very fine. Very, very fine. Pilot Metropolitans are wonderful. Pilot Metropolitans are absolutely wonderful. If you are thinking about fountain pens, Pilot Metropolitans are the stereotypical start point. They've gotten more expensive in recent years. They used to be $10. I paid, I think, $12 for this one. But Pilot Metropolitans are cheap. They're reliable. They're the same company that makes the Oroshizoku. Very reliable. This is my actual favorite. This is my actual favorite pen of mine. It's a Faber-Castell Tomaten. Actually, no, I think it's an Ambition. I always get confused about the differences between Tomaten and the Ambition. One of them costs $100 more. It's the big difference. It has this very graphite-y feel to the case that I just really like. I just really like this texture on it. It's just a very pleasing texture to me. It's a very pleasing weight to me. I really like it. If it was fine nibbed or extra fine nibbed, I would use it all the time. I've written in invisible ink when I was much younger. And I've saved these two for last because they're tragedies that I am unwilling to give up. This is my first Pilot Metropolitan, and it's broken. The nib is busted, and it just makes me sad. It just makes me sad. No, they're not still floppy-eared. They're not. They've gone up in price considerably. Like I said, they've gone up in price. I got mine for $12. They used to be pretty reliably $10. This blue one, I did not pay $12 for. I don't remember how much I paid for it, but I think it may have actually been $30. I think I may have gotten ripped off. And this is also a Faber-Castell that I love, that is very hefty. It's a little bit short for me, and it also has a broken nib. It also has a broken nib, and these are steel nibs, so it's not worth taking them to a nibmeister to get them fixed, but it doesn't write. It doesn't work, but it doesn't write properly. So that makes me sad. But it was a present from a friend, and I could get a replacement nib for like $50. But mostly I'm just hanging on to it for sentimental value. And that's my pens. That's my pens. The ink collection is considerably larger. I have a lot more inks than I have pens. I have a lot more inks than I have pens. Ooh, hold on. I need to check that out. Thank you, Vex. Thank you, Vex. Vex actually knows a lot about calligraphy. One of my first conversations with Vex was oh yeah, it does appear to be, yeah, it does appear to be what it is for. One of my first conversations with Miss Vexing Cat here was her asking me some questions about some like very basic calligraphy questions, and I thought that she like had never done calligraphy based on the way that she framed her questions, and I was like, you know, here's what I use, blah blah blah. And then I was like, why do you ask? And then she was like, well, here's my setup, and her setup's actually much cooler than mine. And I was like, well, I just looked like a huge, I just mansplained the crap out of this to somebody. Oh, maybe she still wants to be friends with me after that. A very humbling moment for me. I'm just gonna finish writing out Koron's name because it's distracting me. To have a sort of like quasi-finished thing that I was working on, and this is much more my this is much more my home font than Gothic. Is Bastard. I love Bastard. Oh my goodness, you made me look like such a fool. She flexed on me so hard. She dabbed on me. Absolutely, it was a martial arts movie moment. Oh, speaking of which, I am doing a movie night tonight on my Discord. I don't have my keyboard handy, but if somebody wants to type in _Discord, all are welcome to join for movie night at 10 p.m. tonight. I do triple features because I'm a lunatic. I am a lunatic. I do triple features. And tonight's triple feature is going to be Grapes of Wrath, 10 p.m. Eastern, yes. It's going to be Grapes of Wrath, Office Space, and 9 to 5. Not in that order. It's Labor Day. It's Labor Day. We're watching worker movies. We're watching American worker movies. All of those movies are incredibly American. So yes, so we're going to be watching American working class movies, and about 3 different working classes, right? You know, sharecroppers, secretaries, and I don't even know what they are. Analysts, I guess, in Office Space. I was not a history professor. Floppy-eared. I was a sociology professor. I was a professor of sociology. My research was on... Yeah, they do TPS reports. Exactly, Glitchica. Exactly, Glitchica. I mean, to be fair, Cool Slendy Gamer, I don't expect people to stay for all of them. But yeah, my specialty was I focus more on qualitative sociological methods on media. When I started, that's kind of what my graduate work was on, and then I did yes, interviewing techniques are an important part of sociology. It's part of what drew me to it, was the possibility of doing interview and survey techniques. My survey techniques are, I need to revisit those. My survey techniques are gone. I've become more quantitative since then, Like when I was a teacher, I was in the 101 mines, to be honest, most of the time. I was mostly in the 101 mines. But there we go. Had to crack my knuckles. You know, once you think about cracking your knuckles, you just gotta do it. Yeah, no, I taught sociology, and my focus was, again, media analysis and foreign interpersonal relationships, intercultural relationships, you know, a lot of transcultural experiences involved. Oh yeah, a lot of McLuhan involved. Actually, a lot of Anderson. I'm sorry, a lot of Benedict involved. Kind of, but they were not really art-focused film classes. I focused on like the economics of film production. Rita Ans, thank you for the follow. I focus on like the economics of film production and distribution, and television in particular. Like a lot of economics of television, a lot of television censorship was a lot of my work. And one of those things that was kind of interesting is that I focus on relatively modern stuff. And so when you talk about television censorship and movie censorship in the late 20th and 21st century, actual censorship isn't that important. You don't really do explicit censorship. You try to do your censorship very by positive reinforcement is the way that it like the negative reinforcement censorship that is like censorship in the traditional sense. That's actually pretty rare. It's pretty rare because it's quite expensive. And that's something that the Catholic Church figured out by the time Galileo was alive. That, you know, the purpose of putting Galileo on trial wasn't to keep people from seeing Galileo's work. It was to scare Descartes into not publishing other works, right? You have to do kind of like subtlety, and yeah, this is post Hays Code. This is deeply post Hays Code. This is post Cold War. I was pretty post Cold War. Cold War is a bit of an empty spot for me in my knowledge. In no small part because every time I try to learn about the Cold War, it's extremely exhausting. So I don't care anymore. I'm tired of it. But usually the way that you do it is you do it the other direction, is that you put your thumb on the scale on the side of what you want to happen. You can see my thumb turn very pink when I do this. That's very funny. It isn't so much about erasing other things, it's about making the things you like much more visible. And so like here's an example. It's a little bit complicated and weird to explain. I was watching X-Men at a movie, not at a movie, at a bar a couple of years ago, the OG X-Men, and there's a scene in the OG X-Men where there's a bunch of soldiers who are trying to capture Magneto, and they've got their assault rifles out and they're pointing down a corridor, and Magneto's around the corner from them. You know, there's a corridor right like this, and no, like the first movie. So here's Magneto over here, and then there's a bunch of soldiers, you know, down this corridor with their guns out, right? And they're saying, Magneto, you know, come around the corner, come out with your hands up, we've got you surrounded, blah blah blah. And then Magneto, without looking at them because he's Magneto, he's around the corner, Magneto pulls the pins out of all of their grenades and just kills them all effortlessly. He just kills this entire platoon of soldiers effortlessly. And it's a demonstration, of course, of Magneto being both clever and Magneto being incredibly powerful and so on and so forth. You could not make that movie between the years of like 2004 and 2020. You would not have been able to make that movie. Not because there was an explicit censorship, but because in order to make a big budget competitive action blockbuster like that in the 2005 to 2020 era, you need the backing of the United States government. You need the backing and support of the Department of Defense. And the Department of Defense is not going to include a movie, is not going to give their clearance and approval to a movie where a bunch of American soldiers get effortlessly murdered very trivially by the villain. Like, and they don't do that. And like, you can see that. You can see that starting with Transformers, with the Michael Bay Transformers. Yeah, no, like big budget action blockbusters, like the really big ones, not like as much as we hate to admit it as action movie nerds, John Wick is not big budget. John Wick is not big budget. Fury Road's not big budget. Those are small to medium budget movies. Really big budget movies, you know, your Transformers, your Marvel Cinematic Universe, they get Department of Defense assistance. They get Department of Defense assistance. They have Department of Defense not just funding, but also Department of Defense consultants on board. Not just partially to make sure that it doesn't reflect badly on the Department of Defense, but also to make it so that you know, they can, the ostensible purpose is like to make sure that there's no misinformation, right? Like a very big example would be the Captain Marvel movie. Was just like the Captain Marvel movie and all of the Top Gun movies are, you know, they've probably got more Department of Defense officials on the set than they've got electricians. Like you know, like you're tripping over military consultants on those. And ostensibly part of it is to make sure that you don't make an embarrassing mistake, like have a sergeant who has the wrong number of stripes, or have your F-14 do a vertical takeoff and landing. Like that's ostensibly part of it. But a non-trivial part of it is like to keep you from portraying the U.S. Department of Defense in an embarrassing light. I don't even think they care so much about bad. They care about embarrassing. And so this is why movies like Apocalypse Now don't get made very much. On top of the fact that Apocalypse Now was a complete disaster to shoot, and nobody would want to reshoot it. I mean, I have my emotional and political feelings. It's understandable but lame, actually, is a good way of putting it. Coolest Slendy Gamer. And it's not the thing that I consider the main sin of the Marvel Cinematic Universe from my perspective. From my perspective, the main sin of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is just making very bad action scenes and eating up the entire action budget for the US on bad action scenes. It bothers the crap out of me. But yeah, like that's definitely a it's a factor. And like when people talk about movies that you couldn't make today, like that's one that I think about a lot, is like you couldn't make X-Men today. They definitely have more money. That's definitely going to help them out. But yeah, I don't mean to be super negative about Department of Defense or anything like that. Just, you know, don't want any to make. Yeah, cool, Slendy Gamer. One of the ones that gets brought up a lot is Blazing Saddles, right? And there's two versions of this argument, and one I think is correct and one I think is incorrect. There are people who've said you can't make Blazing Saddles today because of its use of slurs, for example. And I don't think that's true. That one I don't think is true, because Sorry to Bother You uses way more slurs. Sorry to Bother You is a market-wide release film in the last 10 years that uses way more slurs, way more nastily than Blazing Saddles does, for largely the same effect. largely the same functions in the movie as in Blazing Saddles and in Sorry to Bother You. Way more extensive. People liked the people did not complain about the slur use in Sorry to Bother You. They complained about it being weird, which is fair. It's a really weird movie. I love Sorry to Bother You. But there is a way in which culture has changed, which would make Blazing Saddle a pretty unacceptable movie today, which is they just don't give the jokes room to breathe. Like it's just there's so many dud jokes in Blazing Saddles that they just left in and didn't edit out. It's wild. It is wild how many jokes that just like don't land and they knew were bad at the time that they just kept in the whole way through. That contribute very little to the film. And just like aren't very funny, and they just keep them in because, you know what, screw it, we already shot. Reshooting is, we have a much more of a culture of reshooting now. Movies are longer now, so they would have had more time to just give it room to breathe. So it's an interesting, that's a change that would happen. If you did Blazing Saddle today, I think that a lot of the fourth wall breaks would just be removed because they take up a lot of time and aren't very good. Not all of them, but some of them are just like so long. They're just so frigging long. And so I get it. That one I don't see happening again today. But for different reasons, right? For a different reason. But yeah, for like the political correctness thing, no. That one, Blazing Saddle could be remade today on that front. Whereas, like I said, X-Men I think would be more politically offensive. For, again, you know, compare it to Transformers, where they have a U.S. soldier, like the U.S. soldiers get fighting giant robots, and they have entire B-plot action sequences, even though it's like kind of ridiculous that like these individual U.S. commandos are one-on-oneing Megatron as like a B-plot. But that's a change in culture, right? That's a change in culture. That's a change in concepts of political correctness that we've had over time. There's some kanji I wanted to write, and I can't remember what it was. I'm gonna write a kanji that I just happen to like that Japanese people don't actually use. This is when I say that I study kanji and not Japanese, this is what I mean. I know the kanji for ikura, which is so dumb. like Japanese people don't write ikura like that. They write it in kana. They write it ikura, right? Whereas I'm like ikura. Why am I writing these so small? I'm doing calligraphy practice. I'm not doing kanji practice. I can afford to take up more space. Yeah, I'm very much well. So readans. I don't travel well. Okay, I don't travel well because of health reasons. So I'm unlikely to move to Japan, go to Japan, live in Japan. And the simple fact of the matter is just as I've gotten older, I've gotten less practical. I'm getting older, I'm getting less practical, I'm getting more just invested in doing things because I like doing them. And it turns out that unlike most people studying Japanese, I just happen to like kanji. I just find them fun. I mean, Japan would be high on the list. There's a lot of places in China I'd really like to go to. There's a lot of places in China I'd really like to go to. I'd really like to go to Xi'an. All of my favorite cuisines are Chinese cuisines. I consider maybe that's what if I were to do a tier ranking of cuisines, the S tier would be a bunch of different Chinese cuisines, and North Carolina would be my S tier. Would just be like Sichuanese, Hainanese, Shanghainese might actually be my number one. I love Shanghainese food. I love Sichuan food, Hainanese, Hainan maybe, actually, I don't know. Yeah, Shanghai would be very high up there. Pearl River food in general I'm not as into, but Central and Western China all into. Not just Chinese food in general, but like 8 different types of Chinese food. North Carolina is really good, man. North Carolina is really good. Europeans don't know. They're not familiar with it. Breeze Lightning is from North Carolina. Heck yeah. You guys, the North Carolina barbecue by itself is better. The mustard barbecue style in North Carolina by itself is better than all of French cuisine combined. Easy fight there. That would pretty much be my S tier. A tier would probably be Ethiopian, some more Chinese cuisines. But yeah, I like to go to places for old buildings and food. So China and Mexico. China, Mexico. The thing that stopped me with India is it's just so hot. Indiana is actually not terrible. I don't hate Indiana. Yeah, the Cool Sunday Gamer has been to as far east as Indiana. Opposite experience from me. I've been to about 40 states, all of which are and it's like really east to west, like everything east to west. Moroccan is pretty good. I haven't been in love with Moroccan. I do like Arabic. Turkish I'm kind of so-so on. Italian I think is actually very good. Of the European cuisines, I think Italian's very good. Greek is good. I like Greek food. I don't actually like French cuisine very much. I'm not super into German. Japanese I'm like mid on. Japanese I'm not Japanese. Yeah, Japanese I consider kind of like okay. I cook Japanese fairly frequently. But well, okay, I've got different ways of putting them on a tier list, right? So one of my hot takes, this is my hottest take about the United States and the different types of states. Here's my hot take is that New York City is better to live in than to visit. That's probably my hottest American geography take. Is that I think living here actually rules. I think it is an okay place to visit, but I think living here is amazing. I think as a resident, it is an incredible place to live. I've lived in many parts of the US, and by many I mean mostly just various parts of the Midwest and East Coast. But I think living here is actually incredible. Yeah, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe we are dying all the time. It feels like if you can afford living in New York City, it's a lot better than visiting. And here's the thing. New York City is a lot less expensive than you think it is. Is it a high cost of living area? Yes. Is food more expensive here? A little bit. I know that Alaska is more expensive for food than us. But the biggest thing here is my entire transportation budget. So my entire monthly transportation budget. So this would be the equivalent of owning a car. And not just the car, but remember, my entire equivalent of car plus gas plus parking plus repairs plus insurance. All of that put together, my equivalent of that is $10 a month. The most I have paid for transportation in a month is $120. Like, that's my equivalent to total car ownership. So that's really, really hard to beat. That's, and rent is more expensive here, but my rent's like $900. My rent's about, my rent's like my rent's like around like under $1,000. So unless you can find a place where rent and car ownership, the entire gestalt of car ownership is like $1,000, it's gonna be more expensive than where I live. So yeah, exactly. I know people, I've paid more than that. It turns out that you can hunt for deals on real estate. It turns out that you can hunt for deals. Woe ads be upon ye. And yes, I think this place is actually only okay to visit. I think it's okay to visit, but I think it's wonderful to live here. We are on ad break. I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. Rejoice. Advertisements are over. Rejoice. Yes. I think that as a city to visit, I think New York is just kind of fine, to be honest. I don't think it's actually an amazing tourist city. 10, 20 years ago, I think it might have been a more impressive city, but most of the stuff that's cool about being here, unless you're really invested in the specific history or in Broadway, you can get in a lot of other cities. Honestly, we're less cool than Asheville, North Carolina. Like, honestly, we're less cool. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Our library system's very good, which is of course why we are apparently cutting library services to yeah, oh my goodness, sorry. I get mad about it. I get mad about some local politics stuff. This is the terrible thing. I'm not a native. I am not a native to New York. I am from the Midwest. Like most like most New Yorkers. And it's a joke. It's a joke. It's not literally true. It's not literally true, but it's a funny joke to be like, yeah, like the average New Yorker, I'm from the Midwest. Because there was a period of a really intense immigration from the Midwest to New York. I actually came after that. I'm actually quite late. And so if it's like 2000, 2005, even 2010, there's really no other city like New York in America. But in 2024, there's a lot of cities like New York. You can go to Indianapolis. You can go to Atlanta, you can go to Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is an incredible city. You can go to trying to think what some of the other really good ones. The actual coolest city is, for better or for worse, it's Philadelphia. Philadelphia is actually the coolest city in America. Not necessarily the best to visit, certainly not the best to live in, but they are the coolest. The Philadelphians are cooler than the rest of us. It's sad but true. And if you've been there for more than a couple of hours, it'll hit you. It'll hit you if you're in Philadelphia for a couple of hours. You're like, oh wow, these people are on some shit. these people are on something. Fair number of Middle Easterners. I know that you're just making a joke here, but yeah, there's a fair Middle Eastern population. I didn't meet a lot of people. I don't know what mid-north and mid-south means, or just mid. I would take to mean China. There's a pretty big Chinese population in New York City. But yeah, floppy-eared. New York City was on a rapid economic upswing at the exact same time that the Rust Belts of the Midwest was in its most catastrophic freefall, and particularly when the meth epidemic was really at its height. Was like New York was rapidly growing and cleaning up at the same time that the Midwest was imploding. And a really big factor is that wages are so much higher in New York. The minimum wage in New York City has been $15 for years. And so you can make more. The joke that I remember some people making was you can make more as a bartender in New York than as an engineer in Nebraska. And you get a better quality of life for it too, was what was kind of going on. That was the kind of experience a lot of people had, was like, for a lot, particularly well-educated people. So like basically all of the well-educated white people, such as like this guy here, you know, like this guy, the well-educated white people that lived in the Midwest, basically all realized that they would have a better time in New York than they would have in their hometowns. I literally do not know a single person who still lives in my hometown. Literally 0 people who I know in the town that I was born in still live there. Every single one of them moved out, and like 5 of them live in New York. it's there was a mass exodus from the Midwest, and at the time in the early 2000s, the only two cities that you could really go to and get that kind of get jobs and get the kind of like cool white people stuff were New York and LA. Those were like the only places you could really go, were New York and LA. Since then, a lot of other cities have figured out what the trick is. They've figured it out. They've figured out the system, and so it's no longer uniquely New York, to be completely honest. It is no longer specifically New York that is the place that you go if you're cool Cindy Gamer. When it's ads, unless you got hit with like special ads, that'd be really alarming. I try to have it set up so that when ads are running, I take a bathroom break, and I take a bathroom break and put up the fan art gallery. So hopefully I try to make it so that not too many people are missing out because of ads, because ads are fundamentally a tax that we just have to pay as streamers on Twitch. It's fundamentally just a Twitch streamer tax. And I try to get around it. So, and it gives me a chance to get up and use the bathroom and stretch, because I'm an old man and otherwise the back pain will really get to me. And that's why I try to give the 5-minute warning before ads in the chat. Yeah, all your city, and like there's a code to it, right? There's a code to it, right? It's this. There's a code to oh, interesting. Oh, that's a problem, huh? Thank you for letting me know, and if anybody else had a similar thing, please post in chat that you got hit with ads after I came back from ad break, because that means that something is going weird on the Twitch side, because Twitch said that you guys were in ads. I should have hit the be right back screen about 10 seconds after ads started. So if other people got hit with ads and it wasn't during the be right back screen, that's bad. That's very bad, and it makes me wonder, makes me think about some things. Yeah, I mean, if it was, I hope it was just you, because otherwise I've got problems with my entire internal system. There's something wrong with my bot, because as soon as the ads play, that's when the bots should say, "Will ads be upon ye?" So I'm hoping it was just a glitch on your end and wasn't broader. Yes, I would say that, like I said, I feel like other people figured it out and got the system down pretty well. And oh, damn it. Okay, thank you, Ash. Thank you, Ash, for letting me know. Thank you, Ash, for letting me know. I will have to rethink some things. It could be restream.io, but if it's not restream.io, I will change my system over the weekend. I'll for my next 2 streams, I'm going to stick with my current system. But for well, actually, let me know if it happens again on Wednesday when I'm doing the Signalis stream. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. I hate that. I do not like that. Sorry, I will have to work on that after stream. I'll have to work on that after stream. Because that shouldn't happen like that at all. So, interesting. I will have to think about this. I will have to think about this. Thank you though for letting me know. That's the kind of thing that we streamers really love to know, is to know when there's like technical issues. I actually kind of wish that I didn't count as a sub to my own stream on Twitch, because it means that I can't monitor when my ads are hitting manually. I have to rely on like secondary inputs. Which means that I this sort of thing is invisible to me unless I use like a guest account, which I might play around with as an option. Hopefully it's just a one-off. I will ask some other streamers if they had a similar problem. In any event, yeah, people kind of figured out a formula that works for making cities really friendly and attractive to highly educated professionals. Oh, Mara Eventry, thank you for the 100 bits. You have redeemed a history fact. Mara, what history fact would you like to? What story would you like? What story would you like about history? What story would you like? I'm just going to practice a kanji that occurred to me I have made a lot of mistakes on in the last couple of weeks, which is post office. I've made a lot of mistakes on post office. Whatever's my favorite, you're not picky. Oh, that makes my life harder. And you know it. That's why you're laughing. Believe it's this, and then the Kyoko. I always remember the Kyoko. I'm not you being Kyoko. Get to it, pretty boy. I mean, well, you're going to hear me talk about something. I just need to decide what. So stretching out a little bit. While I try to come up with one off the top of my head. And the trouble is I always try to come up with ones that I've never come up before, as if this is a TV show that people are collecting DVDs of and people can get mad at me if I repeat myself. Which is not how streaming works. At all. Ugh. Let me think. I'm circling some things. A history story that I'm trying to think of one that would be. Unfortunately, now I'm trying to think about what would Mara find particularly interesting. I guess actually I could talk a little bit. I could fall off of what Cool Slendy Gamer is talking about a little bit, and like where my concern on this comes from, which has to do with the history of television. And I know, Mara. I should have occurred to me. Something with the history of sexuality would have been a good one. Actually, you know what? I could do some history of sexuality. I was actually just reading an article about so Eleanor Joniga is a blogger, and she's a specialist in the history of sexuality in medieval Europe. And so I was reading some of her work recently, and she was responding to a tweet online. She was going over a tweet online of imagine explaining the concept of a body count to a medieval peasant, right? This was the tweet, right? And the implication of this tweet, is that a medieval peasant doesn't understand what a body count is. That body counts weren't a concept of the medieval world. And Eleanor Joniga is a specialist in this, right? She's a specialist in this. She has read hundreds and hundreds of particularly legal codes, from the medieval era, especially from the Czech Republic, modern Czech Republic, so Bohemia at the time, from the Bohemian Kingdom of Bohemia, within the Holy Roman Empire. And one of the things that was a recurring legal concept in medieval law was that if a woman has sex with enough people, she's just automatically registered as a prostitute, regardless of whether or not any money changed hands. Like, that's a recurrent legal concept, is that not only do they know what a body count is, not only are they tracking people's body counts in this period, they have laws about body counts. And like, yeah, it is kind of cool, and it's so different from this concept that so many people have, that some very mundane elements of human sexuality were invented yesterday. Like the number of people who think that they were the first person to have sex on the planet is incredible. It would be tracked, but there wasn't I mean, people would know it, but as far as I know, there weren't as many laws around it. In general, this would just be a case of medieval men just straightforwardly having more freedom than medieval women. You know, just men just flat out had more freedom on this sort of thing. But like, it's unambiguous from the historical record that people knew, like, there were guidebooks, right? I'm sorry, does my arm here disturb you? I'm sorry. It's not going away anytime soon. All right. You're welcome to try. But yes. My head hair is quite a bit longer. It would be quite a bit more unpleasant. It would be quite a bit more unpleasant. And my hair is very thick. But yeah, I think that this really stands out as like a good place of pointing out that we have these concepts about the Middle Ages, and one of the big ones is this idea that people in the Middle Ages didn't do X, Y, and Z thing that they definitely did do. They absolutely had. Floppy-eared. I have a almost sharp enough to have to wear glasses at work. Oh my goodness, my body hair is that sharp. My body hair looks that sharp. Jeez. Okay. Dang. Yeah. Well, most medieval stuff takes most fantasy stuff takes a bit of a medieval basis. I will say that in terms of representing the medieval era, Game of Thrones is kind of an example, above all else, of not having much respect for the source material. More often the Victorians, actually. Cool, Slendy Gamer. More often the Victorians than the Renaissance era. And then also most people's perception of the Renaissance is very based on the Victorian era as well, because there's a really good quote about and that it's not just to rag on the Victorians, although that is fun, but also that the Victorians are when we start getting history as a formal discipline, and that makes a very big difference, right? That's when we start getting formal history. Let me so this is let me just grab this. I'm gonna put this this is a clip of me and my opinions about the Renaissance, and I should go over and put it in the YouTube chat as well. But yeah, that's my opinions about the Renaissance right there. And I did an entire lecture about it. I did an entire lecture about living in Renaissance Italy. Well, not an entire lecture. The lecture was actually about Machiavelli. But I had to talk about what it was like to live in medieval in Renaissance Europe, in order to make it make any sense. And yeah, I mean, the Victorians are when we start getting real formal history discipline as like an academic discipline in the modern sense. And so a lot of their assumptions about the past get baked in. And some of it's very, very wrong, bluntly put. Incredibly wrong about the about, you know, military records, incredibly wrong about religiosity, and incredibly wrong above all else about sexuality. And part of this is also that the Victorians, the people who are writing Victorian history, were middle-class Victorians, and they were lying constantly about the sexuality of their own times. And the Victorian era is when enough people were literate that we can look at what everyone was doing. We can read diaries, we can read business reports. We have a very rich surviving source base from the Victorian era, and it's clear that these people were lying to themselves constantly. These people were lying to themselves constantly about how much sex people were having, about how much people were going to church, about how much people were spending on this, that, and the other thing, about how much alcohol people were drinking. They were just lying to themselves constantly. And that's very normal behavior. I mean, we have people today who are constantly lying to themselves about what video games people play, how much sex people are having. Again, this is a big sociology thing, very big sociology thing. People, United Statesians, Americans, USians, us, my people, are more prudish than at any other time that we've been taking statistics. They have sex later in life. They have fewer sexual partners over the course of their life. They are less likely to get STDs. They are less likely to have extramarital affairs. It's sexual activity just in general has been on a decline for the last 70 years in the United States. And people don't tend to believe that because they don't want to believe that. Yeah, it is. It is. And what the causation is, people don't really know. The causation is people don't really know what the causation is. There's some causation where it's kind of obvious, like the AIDS crisis was the AIDS crisis caused a rapid decline. Boomers were much more sexually active than Gen Xers and millennials, and a large part of that is the AIDS crisis. That is a large part of it, is that the AIDS crisis had a very chilling effect on sexual activity. Yeah, it is. It is kind of nice. It is kind of nice. And again, this all, like, one of the big effects of it is, of course, much less teen pregnancy. There's a lot less teen pregnancy has collapsed, and I generally think that's a good thing. To be honest, I think it's a good thing that people are having kids when they're prepared to have kids. Yeah, hello, Rory Roo. Hello, Rory Roo. And not just Christian influence, but Christian activism. I don't want to be too mean about this or anything, or the blah blah blah, but you know, people work to make changes to the culture, right? People deliberately go out of their way to change culture. And to be honest, what I'm doing right now, I'm sorry, Mara Eventry, what I am doing right now, probably a contributing factor. It is very likely a contributing factor that people have more forms of entertainment than they used to. Because that is a factor in dropping crime rates that's very significant. When movie theaters and televisions spread throughout the US, you can see crime rates drop within 6 months in every location as soon as they hit, because people have more things to do with their time. When people are really bored, they go out and they beat up homeless people. That's what bored teenage boys do when they have no entertainment. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Absolutely. No, that is perfect. That is perfect. I'm just trying to remember. Maja, are you a friend of Maury? I'm just trying to remember that. I feel like I've seen you before. There's a lot of more low energy forms of entertainment. Yes, that's true, Breeze Lightning. Yeah, there's a lot more. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought so. Yes, you're a friend of Maury. I hope they're doing well. I know they've been having a hard time lately. Maya. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, Maya. But yeah, it's yeah, thanks Almantas for keeping people in love. Yeah, so I think this is, I'm glad that you found me to be good co-working. I tried to do that. I tried to be the living podcast, the living co-working podcast. Breeze Lightning over on YouTube brings up that, like, yeah, there's this, you can just kind of watch somebody do something rather than invest in it yourself. I think there's some extent of that. I do think that's John Philip Sousa, I think, had an interesting point that he raised back 100 years ago, that recorded music is less what's it called, involved for people, is less involved for people than how you used to experience music. You know, John Philip Sousa grew up with, like, if you wanted a song, you played it, right? You would buy sheet music of, you know, one of my favorite songs, the Maple Leaf Rag, favorite song from the year I was born. and you would buy sheet music and you would listen to it, and not listen to it, you'd play it with your friends. You and your friends would get instruments and you'd play them together. And the advent of recorded music was the death of that music culture. Yeah, Sousa the band guy. That guy. That John Philip Sousa. There's something you said about the rise of working too hard. And coolest Slendy Gamer, I have been on podcast before. I've done a fair amount of podcasting. What was I doing with this M? Completely forgot what I was doing with this M. I guess we got a cool M. I guess we've got a cool capital M. There's something here. There was something here. But yeah, even if you're not just how busy you are, you just kind of have alternatives. Maya, that's extremely fair. That's extremely fair that I do sound like a man who does podcasts. I have been paid to be on podcasts about stuff that has nothing to do with VTubing, about my other job. So I've done it. I've made money off of it. Mara, there might be something to that. But Mara, as you are noticing from trying to get me to talk about sexuality right now and me turning it into a discussion about the spread of television and how we track statistics, you might have noticed that you can present me with almost any topic and I will turn it into very dry academic discussion. Well, Maya, you might be interested to know then that my Friday stream, yeah, okay, Glitchiga, you did briefly terrify me. You did briefly terrify me because usually when people say the redeem, they mean hydrate. The hydrate redeem I'm terrified of. Take a look at my hydrate redeem. Several people are saving up for that. Glitchica, this is my water bottle. I have filled it up every single ad break. I am so hydrated. I do not need the help. I love water. Nobody has done it yet. My plan for the hydrate redeem is 8 shots of whiskey. That's my plan. Or mezcal. I do have mezcal. So that's my plan with that is maybe not 8 shots, but 8 ounces. Yeah. Yeah, hydrate or die straight. Yeah, dehydrate. Yep. As they say, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting over. Let's do a little show and tell. Because I was actually planning on ending somewhat soon, but I'm gonna let Glitchica get up to that redeem. So let me go grab what I've got. My looks like my roommate finished off my mezcal, so I don't currently have any mezcal. So let's go through some of them. I have some Belveni double wood, which is a fine scotch. It's a perfectly fine scotch. This is scotch. Scotch from Scotland. I like Belveni, perfectly fine. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. I don't actually have my favorite, which is Highland Park. My favorite is Highland Park. That's like $100 now. Of course I am. Like I said, I the only reason I don't drink more scotch is it's really expensive. It should. I've got some Glenmorangie. I've got some Glenmorangie, which I like this one. I like the Glenmorangie. Glenmorangie is pretty good. Let me take a sniff of it. Yeah, that's good. That's floral. A little bit sweet. I tend to like my scotches on the sweeter side. I don't like the Islays. Do not like the Islays very much, as a rule. And these are in boxes to keep them from getting. Islay is so there's a whole bunch of different types of scotch. I cook with some. I sometimes cook. It's the only time I ever have wine is if I'm going to cook with it. I don't like Islays, which are very peaty. This bastard was a gift that I have not opened yet. This is a big bastard. It's a 12-year, it's a Highland. I've never had this one before, so I'm curious about this one. This is a big bastard. This is that's a full liter. I am actually a beer guy, mostly. I mostly drink beer. And this is what I would probably do. This is what I would probably do for the Hydrate Redeem is this bullet bourbon that I did actually buy for pickling. I pickled some cherries with it. Actually, let me pull that over just because it's funny. This is these are cherries that are pickling in bourbon. Seagram's escapes drinker or something. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mara. You come across. I've never seen you in real life, but you come across as very youthful. You come across as very youthful. You are too young, but I think that if you were in my age group, you would have been a Four Loko drinker. And if you were currently in my age group, you'd be a what do you call it? What's the word? White Claw. I think you would drink White Claw. That's the impression that you give. That's the impression that you give. That you're a wine coolers person. Zimas when I was younger. I do like mezcal, but I don't currently have any. I should buy some mezcal. I'm probably going to buy something awful. I don't currently have any. What do you call it? Malort. I've historically enjoyed keeping around Malort for pranking people. Glitchica, it sounds like you are probably ready for burning those 2,000 points, unless you've decided to switch to being a hydro homie. 10 more. Okay. You got a moment. But yeah, I like mezcal and I like scotch. But I actually mostly drink beer. I actually mostly am a beer drinker. When I do drink, I tend to, and I don't think it will surprise anybody. I can grab a bottle of what I will probably be drinking during the movie night tonight. This is my most drank beer. Yep, Glitchika knows me. Glitchika's got my fucking number. I am pretty sure Glitchika has my number on what I drink entirely because me and Glitchika spent like 2 hours talking about movies. And I think she, like, just based off of my movie tastes, she knows. I think just based off of knowing my movie taste, she's figured me out. Yeah, just like, yeah, me and Glitchka just hung out for a bit after that stream. And honestly, Kirill, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense for you and your personality. I just think it's really funny that people are like, oh, you're so interesting, you have such an incredible story to tell, you've done so much, and then here's Glitchika out here talking to me for like 1 hour about movies and decoding my entire personality. When I say that I think I'm a pretty simple person, this is what I mean. This is what I mean, is like, it's all like a pretty cohesive whole to me. It's all pretty much all of one. I'm a pretty stereotypical guy. And I actually like a lot of different types of beers, and I'm not even sure IPAs are my favorites. I'm not even sure IPAs are my actual favorites, but the types of beers that I like more than IPAs are actually a real pain in the butt to get your hands on. You can't do beer anymore? See, for me, wine is the one that I struggle with. Wine gives me headaches. Oh, I like pepper beers. I really like pepper beers. I can only think of like 2 that I've ever had. One was the Serrano beer was really good. Well, Glitchika, I actually know I know somebody who knows I know a couple of people who know an enormous amount about wine. I know a guy who worked wine for decades. And he can tell you so much about wine. Natural low intervention wines. Oddball ones are just super fun. Okay, yeah, I mean, heck yeah. I do kind of prefer a lot of old school stuff. I kind of want to do a traditional like Sumerian style beer, which are apparently really weird because they just have floating pieces of bread in them. But yeah, yeah, my favorites, I really like rock beers. I think pepper beers are my favorite, but they're so rare. They're so rare, and the only place I know that I could reliably get them would be Battle Creek, Michigan, which is a bit of a hike. A bit of a hike to go out to Battle Creek to get it, and they don't bottle it. Of course you're a lambic enjoyer. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Yes, I get that, Mara. I get that. I get that. I get that. Oh, Glitchika being glitch 407. Ouch. Ouch. I really want to figure out who the other Almantas is, because there's another. Because I'm Almant 1, so there's got to be at least one other one. But yes. Yes. I don't actually drink a lot because I kind of drink with other people, and when I do drink it, I have like I average about 1 beer an hour, and that's actually that's a non-trivial part of why I prefer drinking with beer, is I have to work really hard to get drunk off of beer. Like I can get drunk-ish, but to get like sick drunk, to get unpleasant drunk, I have to actually like put in work. I have to like go out of my way with beer, whereas I can do it really easily with whiskey without thinking about it very hard. I just have a very intuitive sense, mostly of stomach. Honestly, I'm acting like I've got some magical sense. It's how full is my stomach? How full is my stomach is about, like with beer, because beer's got such a low alcohol to volume ratio, it keeps me from drinking it too fast. Whiskey, yeah, whiskey. And yeah, I've got the mystical alcohol sense of having a full stomach. Finishing 90-20 minutes because it was too delicious. Okay, yeah. Well, Glitchica, that was the movie we just watched last week. Glitchica has redeemed. Do you have a font thought? Do you have a choice about font? Because I've mostly been doing Gothic today. I'm in practice on Gothic, and I can pivot to Insular and Bastard on a dime. But things other than those two, let me choose. Let's go with the Bastard. Glitchka has redeemed one of the most famous moments from all of cyberpunk history, which makes sense because she was a cyberpunk chica. Well, it's an achievement for her now. Yeah, it's an achievement for her now, so I really liked it when one of those favorite little pranks I remember people playing on baby film nerds was telling people that this quote was this entire scene was improvised. It's from Blade Runner. Yes, it's from Blade Runner. Yes. But I really laugh about people being like, "Did you know that scene was improvised?" Roy Beatty just came up with all that off the top of his head. It's ridiculous. It's so funny. Such a funny claim. Blade Runner's pretty good. Blade Runner is pretty good. My favorite part of Blade Runner 2049 is the good use of Dave Bautista. Especially giving Dave Bautista those tiny glasses. I think it's very funny to give Dave Bautista those really tiny glasses. The E's and S's look very similar in this script, and that caused me to make a little bit of a mistake. But I think I recovered from it. Little bit of a mistake. Honestly, part of the reason why I wanted this in Bastard was I really like doing this ligature. Just really like doing this double L ligature. Okay. We lost. You know what? I'm using up this entire page, so going to be a little bit wasteful. Sorry that I'm not keeping up with chat. I'm just focusing. I'm locked in. Is it like Tears in Rain or like Tears in the Rain? I will check that before I write the last word. For some reason my mind wants to be like Tears in the Rain. I did not see the mini-films. I did not see the prequels. Need Dave Bautista to play in a gay rom-com just for me. I mean, he should. Dave Bautista is a really good actor, and it's kind of a shame that he gets typecast as like more of a hulking brute kind of thing, because like he can do that, but he can do a lot of things. But it is Tears in Rain. Okay, it's just Tears in Rain. Also, the bot is lying. I used a snooze. Ads are not incoming. Okay, let's get this lined up, and let's get this lined up a little bit. It's lined up and nice and parallel, so that Glitchica can take a nice look at it. There you go. Please do, Glitchica. Please do. I am excited for that. I am excited for that. I am excited for that. Oh, thank you. And thank you for this one, Glitchica, and thank you for being, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Breeze Lightning, for being here this whole time. We're getting close to the end. I'm gonna let that go up there for a few more minutes, and this again, fan art contest. Fan art contest is running for the month. I've also got it on Blue Sky. I may as well go over to Blue Sky. Blue Sky. It's the only thing I've posted on Blue Sky ever. So if you are Brazilian, or you have an artist friend who is Brazilian, they can use that as well. And let me grab my Discord link. In about 2 hours, I will be doing a movie night. Tonight's movie night theme is American workplaces. It is American workplaces tonight. We are doing Grapes of Wrath, 9 to 5. Dolly Parton's 9 to 5. Come on, man, it's 9 to 5. It's got possibly the best movie song of all time. And then Office Space. Which is probably Mike Judge's best film. I have an irrational dislike of Idiocracy, so Office Space gets a lot of high marks from me. Gets pushed up pretty hard for that, for just not being Idiocracy. Is 3 p.m. tomorrow. I will not be doing the YouTube simul stream for this one just because I won't be. I mean, maybe, but probably not. Will be Signalis. It'll be my second session of Signalis on Wednesday. Thursday I will be on Alex Azarashu's channel for our recurring Warframe silly times. Our recurring Warframe and chill between me and Alex Azarashi. And then Friday, I am having Luxuria Morningstar come on as a guest lecturer. I am having Luxuria Morningstar come on as a guest lecturer to present a book that changed their life. I'm doing a new collab series with a variety of VTubers, and Luxuria Morningstar is first up with a book that changed their life on this Friday at 3 p.m. I'm very excited. I am very excited for that one because it's actually been a minute since I had somebody collabing on my channel as opposed to me visiting their channel. It's been a while since I've done more academic content. It allows me to do some academic content without doing a lot of the homework. I will talk to Princess about that. Next week is also planned out. Next week is going to be Nyanomancer, who's a huge book nerd. And if you don't, Nyanomancer rules. He tends to sleep through my streams because this is the middle of the night for him. But I'm really excited about it. So that's my schedule going forward. Glitchka, I hope you got a good chance to look at the screenshot. Does anybody want to direct the raid? Good lord, Moriko is doing something insane. Good lord. Bodega's alive. Kiri's alive. Gween Tea is alive. I haven't raided Gween Tea in a while. I might raid Gween Tea, just because I haven't raided her in a minute, I don't think. When I check my stream, see, I check my streamer. I have a record of this thing. I keep a record book of who I've rated. I think it might be. I think I might go with Gween Tea. Though, yeah, my last raid was Bodega. I haven't raided Gween Tea in months, so that might be the one to go with. Jets just started. It's hard not to love Jets. I do always have to think about the fact that not everybody I like is people that are good raid targets. Just because I like somebody doesn't mean that. I've raided Chibidoki and people were mad at me. I got actual complaints from raiding Chibidoki. And one of the people didn't realize that they were raising a complaint. They were just like, oh, you know, I somehow wound up on Chibidokis and it was awful. And I was like, oh, that was because of me. Oh, and Frankie, it was, oh my goodness, Frankie Wolf was here this whole time and she wasn't talking. Thank you, Frankie, for being here. Thank you. Frankie Wolf is wonderful. She has posted some really wonderful art on in the Galleria Personale, the main reason why my Discord exists. When was the last time I rated Jets? Well, I'll use that as a tiebreaker. Gene. Famous. Last time was that's February. Last time was February. And Gween was April. Chibidoki is such a gremlin. She's like peak gremlin. She is the gremlin. Bodega's doing What are people feeling? What are people feeling? Sorry, I always get so mixed up in my head about this. I always get so mixed up about this one. I don't want to do Kiri because I've done Kiri super recently. Dark Souls 2 or... Oh wait, no, is Jets not on anymore? Did Jets disappear? Oh, wait, hold on. No, we're doing Ronin. We're doing Ronin. This happens so rare. This happens so rarely. Or no, I need to think about that. I'm getting so mixed up. When was the last time I rated Ronin? Ronin's so hard for me to rate. Last time was April as well. Fields of Mystery or Dark Souls? Fields of Mystery or Dark Souls? Let's put it to a poll. 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 And let's take a look at my... I should be fine on... There we go. Yes. No, I love the Gremlins. I love the Gremlins. I think I've been pretty clear about this one. I love the Gremlins. They're doing good work. They're doing such good work. They're working so hard. I know that I'm not a Gremlin, but they're working so hard. They're working so hard. And yes, so does anybody have questions about my schedule or my plans for the next month? I'm running the fan art contest for the rest of the month, and then I will be doing a big subathon for October. Oh, Glitchica, no. Alcohol is a depressant, right? It lowers your inhibitions. And so when I am drunk, I talk a little bit more softly and more quickly. I talk a lot more. I'm much more talkative, and I'm very huggy. I am a huggy drunk. I am a huggy talky drunk. I am more talky and more huggy and more affectionate than I am when I am sober. Yeah. Yeah, I'm an I love you man drunk. Yes, a loving drunk is a good way to put it. Yeah, I'm a loving drunk. I'm an I love you man kind of drunk. It's not bad drunk. It's not a bad type of drunk to be. If I drink too much, I just kind of get nauseous and sleepy. There is a point where I get nauseous and sleepy, but mostly I'm just very affectionate and talkative when I drink. Yes. I think I'm a happy drunk overall. I think I'm in a pretty good mood. I might be annoying. I do get the impression that people might find me slightly annoying when I've been drinking a bunch, but that's Hareru to clear up. But really, the kanji for right now is... Wow, I'm... There we go. A little bit of boldness. Owari. So, by unanimous choice, we are going to go say hi to Ronin. We're going to go say hi to Ronin. So, again, movie night tonight at 10 p.m. US Eastern, so an hour and 50 minutes. An hour and 50 minutes. Let me Comfy user raid. So that's the raid message I'm going with. I usually like to use the tank because the tank is so cute. Actually, no, let's do the tank. Let's do the tank. I'm gonna do the tank. What am I talking about? That's my raid message. That's what I'm going with. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all had a lovely time. Again, I'm Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, 3 p.m. US Eastern. And I will see you all either tonight or on Wednesday. Thank you all for being here. And have a lovely, lovely time.